of the so-called intersemiotic translation. Roman Jacobson,
I think there's a problem with the network.
Yes, there may be some network issue.
Can we get in touch with her through mobile or something?
Okay, just a minute, sir. She joined, but again, she signed out.
So no,
maybe, sir, I think maybe we can call the next speaker.
Okay, she's trying to get back.
Yeah,
saying there's some problem. She's trying to get back.
So yes, can you switch off that bell from the Zoom, because
yes, I have deactivated, sir. Deactivated. Professor Ramesh, should we wait or we can?
As you say, as you say.
Yes. Yes, she has come.
Yeah, she's come.
She again disappeared. I think there is some technical issue, like she's joining, and but again, the moment she joins, it disappears.
So shall we start with the next one?
Maybe, yeah, sir. I think so that she can easily resolve the issue, and then maybe she can be called next after this speaker.
So shall I call the next?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, dear friends, the next till she gets back to us. I think there's a problem with the net. The next class is Idiot and Chudik, a comparative analysis by Kant. He's assistant professor, English and Foreign Languages, University, India. Oh, Anasjes. Kaka. Wait. Kant, can you
hear me now? Yes, I'm terribly sorry. Okay. Something went wrong. So I'm again, I cannot show the screen.
Just a minute, just a minute. You can try now.
Okay.
Rumisa, then maybe Olga Leontovich can present.
Yes, yes. Yeah. So can you just a moment, will you be able to see the screen now? I'm sorry about all these problems.
That's okay, that's okay.
Yes,
это нормально. Это бывает так. Да, все видно.
Again, it says, can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Yes. Okay. So intersemiotic translation is a product of is one of the three types of translation which were distinguished by Roman Jacobson, a Russian-American scholar, and he distinguished three types of translation. The first one is intra-linguistic translation, when we reword things within our own language. The second one is interlinguistic translation, that is translation proper, what we used to see as translation. And the third one is intersemiotic translation, that is the interpretation of one semiotic system by means of another semiotic system. And we can see that screened versions are a very typical type of intersemiotic translation. And so interpretation of verbal signs with the help of images, music, and so on. Intersemiotic translation is seen as a window to another culture. In our case, when we speak about the screened versions of Russian literature done for other cultures. The forms of intersemiotic translation can be different. Dostoevsky in comics, I cannot imagine what it is and how Dostoevsky can be expressed by means of comics. And the aims of intersemiotic translation can be different. One aim is commercial, when authors of screened versions want to get a lot of money for their screened version. The other one is ideological, when the authors want to express their ideas by means of another work to put their ideas in the mouth of the characters. And the third one is creative, when they want to, it is a means of self-expression. So you can see that different versions of the same work, Biesi or The Possessed, by Dostoevsky exist, for example, in different cultures. The authors of anti-semiotic translation express ideological views. You can see that, for example, in the Indian version of Crime and Punishment, the main character, Raskolnikov, in this case, he has the portrait of Lenin on the wall, which is somewhat strange because, of course, Lenin was not even born when Dostoevsky created this work, but it is a way of expressing the ideological positions of the writers. Different strategies of intersemiotic translation include foreignization, which is retaining the information of the source text and its ethnic characteristics. Domestication is the adaptation of the film to the target culture. And the third one, which I single out, is universalization. The text is seen as embracing the values of all humankind. And this is what happened to many of Dostoevsky's works. Foreignization is when the authors are trying to imitate another culture. We can see that here are foreign adaptations of Dostoevsky's works where the appearance of the characters, their clothes, the surroundings and everything try to reproduce the characteristics of Russian culture. Domestication is present in practically all Indian adaptations of Dostoevsky's works, because we can see that on the other hand, the ideas of Dostoevsky's works are preserved, but on the other hand, the action practically in all the versions that I analyzed takes place in India, in different Indian cities, in different Indian places. Another example of domestication is the brilliant adaptation of The Idiot by Kurosawa, a Japanese director, a famous Japanese director, where the action takes place in Japan, and I will say some words about it a little later. The transformations which are used by the authors of a screened version include reduction, when the work is, well, of course, if it is a big work, a big book, it is not enough, there is not enough space or enough time to reproduce the whole of it. So the authors of an adaptation have to think which parts of the work have to be included in the film and which parts can be omitted. Extension which is additions, filling in the blanks, verbalizing the unsaid, because it is very important for the target audience, for the spectators to understand what is going on. And since it is a work from a different culture, some things have to be explained. And reinterpretation, when the authors try to give their own interpretation of the work in order to express their own ideas. We can also analyze screened versions by different parameters. For example, the parameter of time. Practically many of the Indian films done after Dostoevsky's works take place in we know that Dostoevsky's works take place in the 19th century. As for the screened versions, many of them take place in the 1970s, 1980s, and it is up to the director because they want to express the ideas of their own times through Dostoevsky's works. Here we can see we can see the reproduction of Crime and Punishment, for example, and place. The film The White Knights, which for some reason has proved to be interesting for the Indian producers and directors, so it has been screened several times, and we can see that the place does look like St. Petersburg to a certain extent. It does reproduce the White Knights of St. Petersburg, but in any case, the action takes place in India, and we can see it through different semiotic signs. The characters are sometimes very clearly reproduced, but on the other hand, changes take place. For example, the moneylender in Crime and Punishment, the Indian version. You know that in Dostoevsky's book, it is an old woman, and in the Indian version, it is a man who is not so old. And as far as I understand, this is because this profession was, so women did not act as moneylenders in India. So hence the modification done by the authors. Another characteristic is the logic of events, because, for example, in the Russian in the Russian adaptation of the Brothers Karamazov, we know that the end is very dramatic. Dmitri is sent to Siberia. We know that he didn't kill his father, but he says that he has to go to Siberia and suffer because he wanted to kill. This logic is sometimes not very clear to representatives of other cultures. For example, in the American adaptation, there is a happy end because Dmitri escapes, and there is a great contrast between the end of the Russian and the end of the American film. The Russian film, there is dramatic music playing, and Dmitri is going to Siberia, and Grushenka is following him. And in the American version, there is a happy end when they escape, and happy music is playing. So it has been reinterpreted. Here is the caption from Russian film and the American film. You can see it's very different. Semiotic signs which are used in screened adaptations include, for example, verbal signs. It is the choice of language, and there are different variants. It can be done in the language of the target audience, and I know that in India, the adaptations were done in Hindi and Tamil and other languages. It can be done in Russian, and this is something that Chinese cinematographers do. For example, there is an example of a film which was completely done in Russian and then used Chinese subtitles. The accent of the characters can also tell us a lot because because we know that, for example, if they speak with an accent, it can show that they're close to common people and so on. And linguistic peculiarities, which also allow us to judge about the characters. And sometimes it is difficult for foreign cinematographers to grasp those linguistic peculiarities. So here you can see that, for example, in the Russian screened adaptations, they use the characters which are no longer used in modern Russian. And this is also a way, so you can see that there are some letters which were used before the revolution, before the 1917. And this is a kind of stylization to reproduce the time and essence of the epoch. So here are adaptations which are done in different languages in India. Nonverbal signs are also very important. The appearance of the characters. Here is the Russian Dmitry Karamazov, who is very close to our Russian souls. This is a film from the 1970s, and this is the way we imagine Dmitry Karamazov should look. But now take a look at the American Dmitry Karamazov, and this is a macho, a very famous actor. And when I asked Americans why Dmitry looks this way in their version, they said it is commercial, because this is a very famous actor and he seems attractive to the American audience. So in Indian versions, the characters are Indian. And as far as I understand, this is also because this is closer to the Indian spectator. So this is the White Knights, the adaptation of the White Knights by Dostoevsky. Mimics. Mimics can also tell us a lot. For example, I could not get, used to the big American smile of Grushenka in the American version of Dmitry, of the brothers Karamazov. You see, this is the Russian Grushenka, and this is the way she smiles, and this is the American Grushenka. And I was especially impressed by the moneylender, the old woman in Crime and Punishment, the BBC version, which is in general a very good adaptation, but the moneylender there greets, so you know, she is a woman who is very unfriendly and she's very suspicious, but in the English film she greets Raskolnikov with a big smile, with white teeth, and this looks very different. So here you can see, so this is the way we imagine the moneylender, and in BBC version she has a big smile with white teeth. Music and dances. For the Russian spectator, it is very strange that in India, for example, the Crime and Punishment or in the White Knights, the authors of the films use Indian songs and Indian dances. But I can very well understand this, because music and dances are so important for the Indian public, and I think it is a strategy of domestication and also universalization. There are great intertextual connections. Intertextual connections are very important for the understanding of works. That is, the connections between different works of art, like literary works, books, paintings, and so on. And sometimes they are not so obvious for foreigners. So, for example, you can see that the Oxford publication of Crime and Punishment uses the work by Ilya Repin. This is a famous Russian author, Russian painter. And we can see a person coming back from, so this is the way we interpret it, coming back from an exile in Siberia. Here, this is a very strange way to illustrate the possessed or the demons by Dostoevsky, because this is part of, again, Repin's work devoted to Peter I. It has nothing to do with Dostoevsky, but probably this is the way they want to express the Russian character. And also another, the possessed or the demons showing, the St. Basil Cathedral. I understand that my time is practically finished. So what I wanted to say, well, the most important thing, the most important idea which I would like to express by means of my presentation is that different separate meanings which are expressed by means of semiotic science and so on, such things as music or probably clothes, or probably, I don't know, balalaika, food, and so on. They are not so important. What is really important is the expression of the macro meaning of a literary work, the expression of the essence, the main idea of the author. And if the characters have managed to express it, this is what really matters. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Very interesting research indeed. Before I actually open this for discussion, I have a small thing to say. I made a mistake in my life. Somebody told me that if you want to understand this particular work, you should see the movie, you'll understand better. But I was disappointed because I think that probably we should consider the film version as a separate отдельное произведение такое. Cannot connect. I think this is what I think, because, for example, I never knew this. Savaria is, adaptation of Dostoevsky's White Nights. I haven't seen it, nor will I think. That's another point. But the thing is that probably it will not tell you what Dostoevsky was trying to say, or the feelings and everything, So probably I think that we should consider this as отдельное произведение, is this one's отдельное, and don't mix it.
I totally agree, because sometimes, I tried to show foreign students film adaptations, and then I had to explain to them that this is absolutely not what we understand is the essence of the work. So I agree, these are two separate works, separate productions, so let's put it like this.
Okay, дорогие коллеги, вопросы, замечания, пожалуйста. You can either write in the chat or raise your virtual hand. There are 3 screens, so I'll have to actually shift. If you have any question, please switch on your camera so that I can see you on the first screen. Will there be any question?
I just wanted to congratulate Olga for a very, very fine presentation. And as Professor Rumi just said, yeah, they are absolutely different. It differs a lot from the original, but all the same, as you mentioned some points of translation, transformations are there, representations are there. if we take all these into consideration, at least the public is introduced to certain aspects of, a different culture, of a different novel. So if you keep that in mind, and if you see the adaptations, to a certain extent, это просто как знакомство с другой культурой, с другими произведениями. В этом, конечно, это большой вклад в области литературы. Да?
Thank you very much. I wanted to say that it's a pity that I had those technical problems, which somewhat upset me. And there is not enough time to speak about this topic in detail, because I usually give a big lecture on this, for example, to my students, or I could give a much more detailed presentation. So this is only a brief version of all that I could say on the topic.
Okay, friends, if Adilakshi, please. Yes.
Может быть, можно вас еще раз пригласить, чтобы вы просто специально читали такую лекцию, да? Не как доклад в конференции, а так просто. Это можно, да?
С удовольствием, Нилакши, да.
Спасибо.
I could give a lecture on screen adaptations of Russian literary works in general, not only Dostoevsky, because this is a bigger topic.
Thank you. Спасибо.
Okay, if there is no more question or any zamechanias, so we move on to the next Daklad. Dr. Kaur Kant is here. Please. Oh, yeah, you are here. So next speaker is Kumar Kant. He's assistant professor, English and foreign languages at the university. His topic is idiot and Chodic, a comparative analysis. Dr. Kumar Kant, please, floor is all yours.
Thank you, sir. I'll share my screen now. It says only the host can share in this meeting. Please allow me to share.
Well, the organizers will have to help you.
Yes, sir, in a minute.
Kumar, any issue you're facing, any error? Or
I am unable to share, Sonuji. Only the host
can. Right now?
Yes. Yes. That is fine now.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
It might be because I think you logged out in between, because earlier you had this.
Yes.
I think.
Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Is there any error you're getting there?
No. When I'm
Yeah, I think now.
Is it visible now?
Presenting through mobile, I think, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, screen is visible. like Office, OneDrive, LinkedIn, such things are visible. Maybe you can now open your PPT and then it'll appear.
Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible.
All set? Visible, right?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present this paper in the conference. I will just start. The topic of my presentation is Idiot and Chudik, a comparative analysis. So Dostoevsky's Idiot and Chudik by Sukshin. First question is, who is it about? The Dostoevsky's Idiot. The novel is about an ideal human being, an epitome of perfection and beauty, who has the power to forgive and empathize with others. What happened in Idiot is, in short, I will say, because there is time crunch, it is a story of attempted love and tragic ending. It takes place in September 1867, when Dostoevsky started writing this novel, and in January 1868, the first chapters of The Idiot were sent for publication in the Russian Messenger. It was the time society was predominantly greedy and egotistical. It takes place in the capital city of St. Petersburg, which played an important role in many works of Dostoevsky. Poor Folk, White Knights, Crime and Punishment, and The Idiot are all set in and around the city of St. Petersburg. Dostoevsky uses the various landscapes of the city to convey his ideas to readers. If we look for the question about why did it happen, in order to understand the why question, we need to have a look at the biographical conditions that Dostoevsky went through when he wrote this novel. I quote, in September 1867, when Dostoevsky began work on what was to become The Idiot, he was living in Switzerland with his new wife, Anna Grigorievna, having left Russia in order to escape his creditors. They were living in extreme poverty and constantly had to borrow money or pawn their possessions. They were evicted from their lodgings 5 times for non-payment of rent. And by the time the novel was finished in January 1869, they had moved between 4 different cities in Switzerland and Italy. During this time, Dostoevsky periodically fell into the grip of his gambling addiction and lost what little money they had on the roulette tables. He was subject to regular and severe epileptic seizures, including one while Anna was going into labor with their daughter Sophia, delaying their ability to go for a midwife. The baby died as at only 3 months, and Dostoevsky blamed himself for the loss. So this was the background. This was the mental setup in which Dostoevsky was actually working on this novel. And later, in a letter to Apollon Maikov, Dostoevsky explained that his own desperate circumstances has forced him to seize on an idea that he had considered for some time, but had been afraid of, feeling himself to be artistically unready for it. This was the idea to depict a completely beautiful human being. Now, talking about Dostoevsky's Idiot, we'll try to answer the similar questions for Chudik.
Kosa, can you please unmute your mic? I think it was muted. Dr. Kumarkant, can you unmute your mic, please? Your mic is muted somehow.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, okay.
Is it from the beginning?
No, just right now,
Okay, okay.
3 seconds
Okay,
ago.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, your PPT is visible now. What is it
Yes.
about?
So the similar question we are asking for Chujik, written by Vasily Makarovich Sukshin. This story is about Vasily Igorevich Knyazyev, a rural projectionist, also about an ideal human being full of love and compassion for others, someone despite being ridiculed for each and every attempt he makes to make people around him happy, and he continues to do so without any ill feelings, but blaming only himself for everything. What happened in this story is again a story about attempted love and a tragic ending. What is there in Idiot? I'm not going into details as the time doesn't permit that. It takes place in 1967 when it was published, exactly 100 years later in the post-Stalin Soviet Russia, when the comparative growing idea of democratization and freedom for writing enjoyed by the writers during Khrushchev's thaw period was slowly phasing out, and the old censor regime was setting in again. I'll quote something in Russian now. Vasily Makarovich Sukshin написал рассказ «Чудик» в 1967 году. Это было время, когда Василий Сукшин был разочарован справедливостью существующего порядка. В это время государственные бюрократы не дали Сукшина снимать фильм о Степане Разине. В 1965 году он ничего не написал. Все время был занят Степаном Разиным. Он ездил по всему Донскому району. Это были места, связанные с жизнью Степана Разина. Он собрал народные песни, легенды о Разине вместе с различными историческими материалами о Разине. Однако все оказалось напрасным. Высокое кинематографическое начальство внезапно изменило свои планы и съемки фильма заморозило. При этом были выдвинуты следующие доводы. Во-первых, сейчас нужнее фильм о современности. Во-вторых, двухсерийный фильм на историческую тему потребует огромных денежных затрат. Короче, Сукшину дали понять, что съемки фильма о Разине откладываются на неопределенное время. Не только это, а его следующий проект о съемке фильма на основе сатирической сказки тоже не дали осуществить. We need to see this in what I said, that the censor regime was setting in once again. And where did it take place? If Dostoevsky's Idiot takes place in Petersburg, in close quarters, Sukshin's story takes place in the vast Siberian landscape with its villages, local towns, and city center. Why it happened? After going through the setbacks Sukshin went through in the previous years, that is 1965 and 67, he writes this story in the end of 1967. This story is basically his lamenting for all his dreams and good intentions, for his belief in kindness. Like Dostoevsky, he also now wishes to portray an ideal, simple, and kind-hearted person. Now, from here, we'll try to see whether Idiot and Chujik are synonyms or antonyms. Because most of the time, Idiot is seen as something positive, and Chujiks of Sukshin are seen as negative characters. Talking about Idiot, it is an ironic reference to the central character of the novel Prince Lev Nikolaevich Mishkin. It stands for the idiot word itself. It stands for goodness, open-hearted simplicity, and guilelessness, mistakenly assumed as lack of intelligence and insight. Dostoevsky set himself the task of depicting the positively good and beautiful man. Joseph Frank writes, Dostoevsky subject his own highest ideal, that of the true Christian love, to the crucible of contemporary Russian society. And Sukshin himself writes that his Chujiks are the one who make life brighter. For no matter where they are, boredom flees when they appear on the scene. Sukshin tells that I wanted to tell about these strange people because they teach us how to make life interesting. They are talented and beautiful, endlessly kind people who do not hide behind posturing, demagoguery, or the ability to conform. They are people with kind and beautiful soul. John Gibbons writes, the result of this collision between bright souls and grim reality is the strange person, the Chuji. The artistic method used by the two authors is exactly same. Both of them are conscientiously testing their central idea. They are trying to be as close to the reality as possible. So they are writing without a determined ending in their mind, just proposing circumstances and writing down how the heroes would react in accordance to their nature. The structure of both works are awkward with chaotic organization. In both works, the authors devise a series of scandalous scenes to examine each character's emotions and record what each would do in response to the protagonist and to other characters. Thank you so much. With this, we can, see whether the two concepts are synonyms or antonyms. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Kumar. You were absolutely dot for 10 minutes. Well, before I actually, again, the same thing, I want to say something. Kumar Kant ji, I just want to know one thing. If you are comparing idiot and Chudik, can we call idiot a Chudik?
Sir, please once again, sir. You were not audible. Sir.
That can idiot of Dostoevsky we call a Chudik.
Sir?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir, please.
I'm saying that can the idiot of Dostoevsky we call a Chudik?
To some extent, sir. Basically, it is the gap of time. The 100 years that is there, which are differentiating them.
No, I mean the characteristic that is given for Chudik, do they actually, can be applied to?
Yes, sir. At a deeper level, definitely, sir. At a deeper level, definitely. Especially, see, when we talk about Chudik, we think of a gamut of characters. It is not one character. I am talking in context of Chudik of this story. The Chudik, see, all the characters were labeled as Chudik. All the characters of eccentric characters of Sukshin were labeled as Chudik on the basis of this very story, which was written right in the middle of his literary career. And if we see closely, there is a evolution happening. Till Chudik, 1967, his characters, so-called Chudik, remain positive. But after 1967, if you see, he himself is naming them differently. He is calling them Sikapat. In one story, he is calling them Sikapat. Another story is calling Suras. Another story is calling Jibil, Itagdale. So more and more they are becoming aggressive. They cannot be compared with idiot, so as Prince Mishkin. But Svetliye Dushi, in the beginning, and then what has been portrayed in Chudik, this protagonist of this very story can be definitely compared to Prince Mishkin.
Okay,
sir.
Thank you. Any more questions? Zamishani, Parasa, Prashuvas. No? Okay, then we move on to the next speaker, Ms. Sushma Kumari, Scholar Center of Russian Studies, School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies, JNU. The topic is Concept of Beauty in Works of Dostoevsky and Indian Aesthetic Tradition. Ms. Sushma Kumari.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You have 10 minutes, Ms. Sushma, okay?
Okay, sir. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers who gave me the opportunity to present my paper. So I will just share my screen so that I can show my PPTs. Yes. Okay, so yes. As my topic is concept of beauty in works of Dostoevsky and Indian aesthetic tradition. So I would like to just give, although Dostoevsky needs no introduction, but I would like to give a very brief introduction about him. So he was born in, yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you. Would you like to make it full screen, like on
Okay, sir.
slideshow mode? On slideshow mode.
Yes. Where is it?
It's there on this slideshow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got it.
It's the third last option above on the top. You can see where it is written home, insert, design, transitions, animation, and slideshow.
I can't see. Yes, I think. Yes.
Then just click from the beginning on the left side. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Fine. Please carry on. You can click to change the screen, or
Yeah,
you can use
that's what
mouse.
I
Yeah.
understand. Yes. So my topic is concept of beauty in works of Dostoevsky and Indian aesthetics tradition. I will just give a very brief introduction about Dostoevsky. He was born in Moscow in 1821. His father was a doctor and a very religious man by profession, and mother was homemaker. So from there only he got the religious background of which we see everywhere in his novels. So professionally, he was trained as a military engineer, but he disliked that job, and ultimately he developed a passion and for literature, which we know that. So his major work of Dostoevsky, it is he started his writing his career as a bidny luji, we call it in Russian, or poor folk. So other major works of Dostoevsky were Crime and Punishment, Idiot, Brother Karamazov's Notes from Underground, and White Nights. So what is the objective of my paper? Since I can see, since the topic was the concept of beauty in Indian aesthetic tradition and in the beauty in the Dostoevsky's work and Indian aesthetics tradition. So what I did, what I find, I just underlying the objective of my paper, so which is the concept of beauty in Western aesthetic tradition. That means what is the according to the Western aesthetic tradition, how do they define the beauty in Western philosophy? Basically, we concept of beauty is a part of philosophy. We know that it is like epistemology, metaphysics, and the fourth one, ethics, and then comes the question of beauty. So it is also a part of philosophy. So how the Western philosophers or Western aesthetic traditions, how they define the concept of beauty. So and what is the exact Indian concept of beauty? And I just wanted to focus how the Dostoevsky, so what is the basic concept of the beauty in the Dostoevsky's work, which I find in some of his works. So I would start with the Western concept of beauty, which I categorized into three portions. So the first is called the proportion and functionality and the form. So what is proportion? So proportion is basically beauty is originated, or it originates from a thing, the same object or beauty, object or beauty, it is originated from the parts or portions or the parts of the same object. That means symmetrically, we can say that it is a very close to the symmetrical theory. So which means object has made up of not the biological things, not only the biological things, but also with the very close connotation, close relation with each other. So this is called the proportion theory of in Western aesthetic tradition. So another thing is the functionality. What is the role of that beauty? So functionality or theory of function, or other name is theory of functional beauty, which is the which generally talks about the beauty, what is why beauty, how beauty is originated. Beauty is originated from the object only when an object performs its function or purpose, as we can see that the name suggests that the functionality. So what is the object, and what is the purpose of that, the origin or the concept of the beauty. So object is beautiful if it excels at the functioning its objectivity. So if the object or anything which is any work or any art which is created, if it fulfills its function, then only the beauty is said in Western concept, it is called the beautiful thing or beautiful art. So, and other thing is the form. So form of from the Republic of Plato. So I'll just quote first Plato, and then I'll explain what is the form. So according to Plato, the form of beauty has a special connection with the form of God. So for him, like we know that the form him, God is the ultimate thing, and we as a human is a part of that thing, and we are related to that the thing. So Plato form is everlasting, not increasingly or diminishing, means it could not be anything could not be beautiful at one point and ugly at another point. But that means uniformity is very mandatory in Plato's concept of beauty. So it is written here, beauty is incorporeal, unchanging, and ideal paradigm. So these are the Western concept, although its a topic is very used, and I cannot explain everything. I have very briefly talked about what is the Western concept of beauty, and in Indian aesthetic conditions, as we can see that we have a transcendental concept of transcendental reality, we call it. So what is the transcendental, that thing which is not in this in this world? So this is called the transcendental reality, or we call it Brahman. Indian concept, we call it Brahman or ultimate reality. So in Indian philosophy, we have Vedanta philosophy, which is very common, or Upanishads and Advaita Vedanta, we call it. So for Indian artist, art should be art, and artist cannot be separated. So it cannot be separated from each other. So Brahman is the Advaita or ultimate reality in the Upanishads, Advaita Vedanta philosophy, we call it. Other things, the art and aesthetics has a symbiotic relations. So it means that the transcendental art and aesthetic enjoyment in India, we symbiotic relations, that means art and aesthetics both help each other to grow. Without their correlation, they cannot be grow, they cannot be promoted. So aesthetic enjoyments in Indian tradition is based on and aimed at an artistic experience. We call it chit. In Indian philosophy, we call it the chit or man, the creative center of a man, where the appropriate shape of the form of an image is determined. So in Chandogya Upanishad, we call it Hriday Akash. So it is again the same thing when the Hriday Akash, or the ideal space where the innermost core of the one being, it gets connected to Chit or Man. So the ideal art form of art is created. So according to our Upanishads, it is also a very thing So to achieve this effect, artist to form an ideal art or beauty, what artist does, so he creates a rhythmical flow of creative power into the work of art for art, and for he had to see the object with the eye of Atma. So Atma has a very important role, important place in our philosophy and Indian philosophy, and it is ultimately it leads to the art also. So as we know that in Natya Shastra, which is the core of the our Indian aesthetic tradition, which is compiled by the sage Bharat in 6th century, when we call it the Gupta period, if I'm not wrong. So this is the golden age of Indian art and architecture. So we have Navrasa, we call it Navras. So there are Navras means the emotions. So we have Navras. According to this Navras, we find it in India. We find it the aim and the beauty and everything according to related to like Hasya, Saundarya, Rudra, Vibhatsa, Veer, Shant. These are the ras or emotions. So in Natya Shastra, the Bharat Muni has explained everything related to this, and it can, through this Navrasas, artist tries to invoke audience in a dramatic or aesthetics experience, and he goes to the ultimate reality through this art form. So in Natya Shastra, Indian poetics, we also have the, according to the Bharat sage, poetic, what is the poetic's power of language, of word and the meaning, the symbiotic relations between ras and poetic vision is called by Bharat. So poetry is defined by him. It is again the symbiotic relation between the ras, which is the emotions, and the poetic vision, which is the Atma, like I just told. So these two will have a symbiotic relation, and they will ultimately create, and after that this will be created with a good art form. So so what are the Dostoevsky's aesthetics? Like I find it in Dostoevsky's work, we call it the harmonious concept of harmonious beauty. So what does it mean? So beauty, like in Indian tradition and in Western tradition, we find it the beauty should be fit to everywhere. So it should be not be taken as a whole. Not it should be taken as a whole, not just or a part of it. It should be caring about the forms and everything. So concept of harmonious beauty, we find it in the idiot, as the Dostoevsky said. For Dostoevsky, this beauty is ultimate reality, which is God, which is in Indian tradition. We also find it in the Brahman concept. So, like he told once, in Idiot, he started the Idiot novels by saying this: there exists nothing. Beauty will save the world. Before that, he just quoted. I'm just quoting from the source.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. So there exists nothing more than beautiful than Christ. So this is the ultimate concept of the Dostoevsky, which I find is a very close to our Upanishads. Like I told, the Chandogya Upanishads, our Natya Shastras, and also he is more closer to the. So this is my ultimate conclusion about the Dostoevsky. So he is more closer to the Indian aesthetic traditions. Emotions plays a very important role in Dostoevsky, like in our aesthetic traditions. We have the Navrasas. His most focused area on emotional upliftment, like we find it in the notes from Underground, where he just denied the scientific determinism of Western concept, and his works his works are more demanding in the indulgence of the public or the audience or the readers. So with that, I would like to conclude about the Indian aesthetic traditions and the works of Dostoevsky's concept of beauty in both comparative study.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Sushma.
you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think this topic is very interesting and a lot of work can be done on it. Will there be any question or any comment? If you, I actually saw one question here, not a question, but Zamichani probably. I don't know whom it is directed to. It's from Ms. Riya Kumari. Can we see similarity in Chekhov's stories, Smith Chinamnika? Ms. Riya Kumari, please let us know to whom this question or Zamichani is directed to, so that we can ask him. Okay.
Oh, Smith Chinamnika.
All right. The next speaker is Rishika Katyan. She's Assistant Professor, University of Kerala. The topic is сопоставительное изучение персонажей, животных в рассказах Достоевского и Равиндраната Тагора. Is she here?
Yes, sir. Здравствуйте, sir.
Okay, здравствуйте.
I'll try to start my video. Okay. Sir, is it necessary to start my video, because I have some problem placing my camera over here? I am presenting through my desktop. So is it necessary? Otherwise, I will close my camera.
You can always switch off your camera. It's no problem.
Okay. Okay, I'll share my presentation now. Is my presentation visible, sir?
Not yet. Yes, now it is.
Okay. All right. So I would just like to thank organizers of the conference for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. My topic is сопоставительное изучение персонажей животных в рассказах Федора Михайловича Достоевского и Равиндранат Тагора. Перед началом я коротко хочу рассказать о сюжете рассказов. Может быть, вы уже знаете или слушали рассказы Достоевского, то есть «Крокодил». Это является одним из сатирических произведений Достоевского. Но я еще расскажу рассказы Равиндраната Тагора, то есть это называется The Parrot's Training, or если перевести на русский, то будет обучение попугая или рассказ о попугае. То есть буду рассказывать о них. Рассказ о попугае. Здесь один князь однажды, смотря на попугая в саду, решает обучать его. Приказывает своих придворных обучать его. В конце, после всех попыток придворных обучать, то есть учить попугая, попугай умирает, так как они запихивают бумаги из книг в рту попугая. И в «Крокодиле» то есть главный герой рассказа, Иван Матвеевич, проголоден крокодилом. И теперь он живет в брюхе крокодила, и отсюда начинается, то есть все действия происходят отсюда в рассказе. В настоящем докладе рассматриваются особенности персонажей животных и их характеристики в рассказах «Крокодил» Достоевского и рассказы «Попугай» Равиндраната Тагора. Анализируется смысл, содержимый животным в исследуемых рассказах. Материалы исследования послужили рассказы «Крокодил» Федора Михайловича Достоевского и рассказ о попугае индийского писателя Равиндрната Тагора. В докладе фокусируется внимание на тематики такие, как свобода, прогрессивное общество, образование и так далее. Теперь сразу перехожу к персонажам животных, о которых я должна говорить. В моем понимании крокодил и попугай, оба персонажа не являются действующими характерами в рассказах, однако они представляют собой что-то абстрактное, воплощающее в себе внешность животных, поэтому называли их персонаж абстракт. Через них раскрывается проблематику, соответствующую тому времени в обществе и, соответственно, мировоззренческое восприятие народов. Персонажи животные, являющиеся лишь паразитами для окружающих им действующих лиц, способствуют развитию сюжета рассказа. То есть на самом деле они появляются на фоне всего происходящего в рассказах. Что касается крокодила, то он символизирует тюрьма, в брюхо которого попал Иван Матвеевич, то есть главный герой рассказа, и попугай, над которым выполняются все действия, в частности, они вокруг всего случаются, становятся символом свободы. Так как по протяжении нескольких дней обучения попугай умирает, крокодил играет роль элемента насмешки, не выживает симпатию читателя, тогда как попугай выживает симпатию читателя. В отличие от своего обычного стиля, пишущего в сугубо серьезном, философском и религиозном, Федор Михайлович Достоевский оставит целью рассмешить читателя. Я читаю несколько примеров, взятых из рассказа «Крокодил». Это появление, то есть первый пример, это появление исчезнования еще живой человеческой головы. Было так ужасно, но вместе с тем от быстроты ли и неожиданности действия или вследствие падения с носу очков заключало в себе что-то до того смешное, что я вдруг и своем неожиданно фыркнул, но спохватившись, что смеяться в такую минуту мне в качестве домашнего друга неприлично, обратился тот час к Екатерине Ивановне и со симпатическим видом сказали: Елена Ивановна – это жена Ивана Матвеевича, то есть жена главного героя. Второй пример. Иван Матвеевич, друг мой, итак, ты жив? Лепетала Елена Ивановна. Жив и здоров, отвечал Иван Матвеевич, и благодаря Всевышнего проголоден без всякого повреждения. Успокойся, друг мой. Третий пример. Продолжал он ей. Я устал от всех этих криков и бабьих дрязг и желаю немного заснуть. Здесь же тепло и мягко, хотя я и не успел еще осмотреться в этом неожиданном для меня убежище. Согласно Достоевским, юмор есть остроумие глубокого чувства. И мне очень нравится это определение. В дневнике писателя говорит Достоевский. В одной из своих статей о Достоевском критик Белинский пишет, цитирую: «С первого взгляда видно, что талант господина Достоевского не сатирический, не описательный, но в высокой степени творческий, и что преобладающий характер его таланта – это юмор». Дальше цитирую Белинского. «Молодой талант в сознании своей силы и своего богатства как будто чешется юмором, но в нем так много юмора действительного, юмора мыслей и дела, что ему смело можно не дорожать юмором слов и фраз. Конец цитаты. Попавший в брюхо крокодила, Иван Матвеевич озвучивает фразы, которые поднят смех вместо страха. Например, я устал от всех этих криков и бабьих дрязг и желаю немного соснуть. После случавшегося события, после того, как Иван Матвеевич проголочен крокодилом, от стороны читателя полагается проникновение ужаса, оказывается наоборот. Мы должны вспомнить 60-е годы, когда в стране господствовала политическая нестабильность. Именно в 60-е годы отменено было крепостное право, при этом возрастание так называемых прогрессистов, современников, глубоко повлияло на творчество Достоевского, который ярко выражено резким тоном главного героя внутри крокодила. Это настоящая публичная речь, говорит Иван Матвеевич, направленная на улучшение судьбы всего человечества. Иван Матвеевич, из вышесказанного ясно, что Достоевский намекает на Чернышевского, духовного лидера журнала «Современника» того времени. Тем не менее, он отрицал об этом в дневнике писателя. Нужно подчеркивать о том, что крокодил, служившийся поместьем Ивана Матвеевича, может символизировать ту ловушку, в которую попали прогрессисты. Таким образом, мы видим великого писателя, талантливого юмориста, который путем нанизывания слов и фраз умеет насмешить своего читателя, при этом придавая серьезный толчок либеральной обществе. В рассказе о попугае индийский писатель Равиндринат Тагор тоже своим особым стилем написания окрашивает портрет существующие социальные слои в обществе в 30-е годы, нарисовав характер князя и его придворные, писатель проникает в общественный строй той эпохи. Образ попугая в клетке можно сравнивать с Иваном Матвеевичем, попавшим в брюхо крокодила. Здесь заметно проводить параллели между сюжетной линией обоих рассказов. Необходимо упомянуть, что Равиндринат Тагор является мастером коротких рассказов. Его сравнивают с Антоном Павловичем Чеховым. Попугай в данном рассказе приобретает аллегорическую форму, развертывающую связь правителя, то есть связь правителя в системе, и подчиненных, попавших в их руках. Это скорее написано в форме иронии на существующую систему.
Доктор Ришика, 1 минута.
Хорошо. В одной из статей написано от Тагоре, отмечено, что красота произведения Тагора находится в его простоте. Фактически настолько просто, что это является сложным. Его рассказы отражение социологической жизни в колониальной Бенгалии, сложные реалии идентичности, класса, касты, рода и колониализма. Подводя итоги, можно говорить, что в исследовании выявлены такие острые тематики, как свобода, образование, прогрессивное общество. Анализируемый рассказ Достоевского нередко вызывает смех, следовательно, являющийся одним из сатирических произведений великого писателя. По отношению схожести персонажей и животных нами было замечено их присутствие в аллегорической форме. В отличие от сказок о животных, gdzie żywotnie czasie pokazani w человеческом облике. В данных рассказах они демонстрированы как некое абстрактное существо. Следует признать, что эти рассказы Федора Михайловича и Равиндрanath Тагора, обладая всеми своими тонкостями, имеют много общего, в частности, сложность в простоте. Рассказ Достоевского главным образом сталкивается с резко переворачивающей средой того времени, и с другой стороны, Равиндрanath Тагор в первую очередь тоже сосредоточивается на социальном окружении. Собственно, от меня все. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Спасибо большое, доктор Ришика. Будут вопросы? Если нет, тогда у нас последний докладчик. Доктор Дивья Пракаш. Здесь он? Да, здесь вижу его. Доктор Дивья Пракаш, on guest lecturer, SFUS, University of Delhi. The topic is Dostoevsky and Turgenev, tracing the dynamics of relation between two great authors through selected exchange letters. Dr. Divim, pожалуйста.
Thank you, sir.
You have 10 minutes. Okay, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Respected professors, teachers, dear colleagues, and friends. Very good afternoon to all of you. Today, my topic for the presentation is Dostoevsky and Turgenev. And in this, I'll be tracing how the relationship between both of them kept changing through the time. And also, I have also looked at many of the letters written exchange between both of them, and it does not tells in great detail about their relationship, but of course it shows how in the beginning years their relationship was warm, and in the later phase how it has changed through the time. So yes, so this presentation basically aims to look at the relationship between the two great writers of the Russian literature, that is Fyodor Dostoevsky and Ivan Turgenev. There was correspondence between the two writers, which is also documented through selected letters exchanged between them. And they in turn reveals their changing dynamics of their relationship. It is well known that in the beginning years of their relationship, it was very warm. It can be said that it was a very warm relationship. But however, ultimately, at the end of 1867, during the year 1867, their relationship went into a new low, and actually it ended after the publication of during and after the publication of the Smoke, Ilidim by Turgenev, and the Devil, Demon или как по-русски Беси by Dostoevsky. So the two classics of Russian literature got acquainted to each other after the publication of Bedni Illuzi, and they met in St. Petersburg in the year of in the same year, that is 1846. At that point of time, Dostoevsky was only 25 years old, and Turgenev was 3 years older than him. Turgenev during that time was a little known figure in the literary circle. Turgenev, being a rich gentleman, was writing for the pleasure, and mostly he used to spend his time on foreign voyages. Dostoevsky, on the other hand, had a very difficult time arranging money for his living, and he started writing in order to earn a living. Both of them belonging to a very different class, and they had a very different ideas or ideologies. But still, in the beginning year, when when they began their career in writing, they uh, they uh, they had developed a friendship between them. It is also interesting to know that Dostoevsky, being a writer, earned several times less than his contemporary Turgenev. Turgenev used to get 400 rubles per seat for his writing. But if you look at the Dostoevsky, then he was paid only 150 rubles per seat. And being a wealthy gentleman, Turgenev used to write more like a hobby and had an opportunity to polish his work without haste, and he could sell the ready-made compositions for a good price. But however, Dostoevsky was not a rich gentleman and was constantly in need of money, and his only source of income was writing. In this way, he could not manage to give a lot of time for the reading. And this difference in their payment or their charges also became one of the reason between of their hostility of Dostoevsky towards the Turgenev. Turgenev, he was Dostoevsky was basically he didn't even conceal his hostility towards Turgenev, who was getting 4 times more money than what Dostoevsky used to get. So Dostoevsky. So Dostoevsky, the publication of the novel Fork или Бедные люди by Dostoevsky in 1846, January 1846, was a huge success and gave the reader and the critic a sense of brilliant talent. It was such an unexpected phenomena that even the emperor Nikolai I himself became interested in the novel. Many of the fellow writers wanted to invite him to get acquainted with the newborn talent of the Petersburg. It was the time when Dostoevsky could meet many new people in the literary circle, and among them, Ivan Turgenev was also one of them. And later, after the meeting with Turgenev, Dostoevsky write to his brother that mentioning that Turgenev has returned from Paris, and from the first time he became attached to me with such friendship that even Belinsky even explained it like Turgenev has fallen in love with me, or Turgenev has fallen in love with Dostoevsky. So on the other hand, Dostoevsky also fell in love with the Turgenev. So in the beginning years, it can be understood that how much both of them had a very high opinion about each other, and they had a very cordial relationship. They're a very warm relationship at the beginning. And on the other hand, we also know that Dostoevsky had the seizures of epilepsy. So there were very few, we know, but during the beginning years in his literary circle, very few people knew that he was suffering from epilepsy. And on the other hand, this epilepsy had brought in Dostoevsky a kind of irritability, sulkiness, resentment, and many people had
2 minutes to go.
Only 2 minutes, sir.
2 minutes.
Only they had they started thinking of Dostoevsky as a very complex character. Um, okay, so literary how to okay later then literary youths love to make fun of each other, and Dostoevsky, just because of this irritability that had because of the seizure, that epilepsy, gave them the opportunity to make fun of him. And Turgenev was not also excepts in any exception. He also started making fun of Dostoevsky. He used to deliberately drag this Dostoevsky into argument, and this had brought a highest degree of irritation in Dostoevsky. So Turgenev even in a mocking poem that described Dostoevsky as a pimple on the nose of literature. So, or in other words, he remarked him as a pompous person. And this remark had made a little resentment during that time, but later on the latter phase, it was seen that it also became one of the reasons for the hostility towards Turgenev. Ultimately, what happens? Dostoevsky joins this one of the very rebellious circle, and then he was sentenced to he was given life sentence, but later converted into 4 year of hard labor. And when he came back from the exile, from the Siberia, he again once again starts reading about the Turgenev. He was still fond of him, but this exile has changed a lot in him. What has changed is that now earlier he used to believe in what Belinsky used to say, Belinsky's idea, but now Dostoevsky is totally changed. He believes in orthodoxy. He believes that only this Christianity can save or belief can faith can save the human in Russia. So what was the difference? There was a very big difference in their writings, especially if you talk about the ideologies. Then Turgenev was a Westernizer, whereas the Dostoevsky was a Slavophile, more of a Slavophile, and that. Yeah, and that their relation. If you talk about the relationship between Dostoevsky and Turgenev, then we can also see that Turgenev used to send his works to Dostoevsky for the publication in his journal. He published Fathers and Sons and other works as well, like Prizraki and others. So Turgenev basically was living not inside the Russia, but he was living in the Germany, and he used to make a very short visits or very infrequent short
Please
visits
conclude
to
this.
St. Petersburg. Sir, just give me, sir, 2 minutes, sir.
I can give you one.
Allow me, sir.
Please hurry up. We are already late.
Okay. Yes. So in his correspondence, Turgenev has published his correspondence, and in which we can see that in these letters, how Turgenev addresses Dostoevsky is like this: Lubezny Fyodor Mikhailovich, and the tone of the letters remain extremely polite and friendly in this letter. And we can see how personal details the Turgenev also talks about his personal details, how he has become a lazy person, and in reply Dostoevsky also writes about his difficulty, everyday life difficulty, and the lack of money. And later we also see Dostoevsky has started a new magazine, that is Epoch journal, that is Epoch, and he wants to publish the work written by Turgenev in this journal. So he requests, he just not request, he kinds of starts begging that you please publish your own work. There is a reason that Turgenev was, of course, he was a big name, so it had attracted. Later, what we see, I am just coming to the answer, that Turgenev had published theme, and it was criticized a lot in the Russia and outside the Russia. And Dostoevsky made a comment on this work, on this theme, saying that you have failed Russia, and he has criticized the work Smoke, Oily Doom, in which the main idea was that Russia has failed and there will be no loss or unrest in the humanity. And these words, these ideas he could not digest. Dostoevsky could not digest this idea, and suggested him to buy a telescope so that he can understand or see the real Russia. And Turgenev was offended. Later, what we see, this has this has started into quarrel, and ultimately they never met. They left. Their relationship ended.
Again, please, we are actually eating into the time of the second session, so please conclude.
Sir, so what? So people from different classes, different characters and temperaments, so similar and different, and they were destined to become either good friends or mortal enemies. This is what.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you very much, and thank you all of you, all the speakers in the session. We apologize to the organizers that we have eaten a lot of time, so your lunch is gone. Anyway, thanks a lot, and we'll see you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request the volunteer, I think, yeah, Vikram, to say a few words.
Thank you, Sonu sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. We would like to thank Professor Nashir Rumi for chairing this session, his valuable remarks and support in the organization of this conference. Please accept our gratitude for your enlightening words. Thank you very much, Rumi sir. We would also like to thank all the speakers for their wonderful, thought-provoking presentations, and participants attended this session. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vikram. So we can have now 10 minutes of break, so that we can give some rest to our eyes, and then we can join, like we are just running 10 minutes behind the schedule. So most probably we'll be meeting at 2:22. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, we are going to start in a minute. Kiran ma'am? Can we start, Kiran ma'am? Okay, okay.
Slishna, da?
Da, Slishna.
Okay. Good afternoon once again, dear colleagues, dear participants. I welcome Professor Meeta Narayan to come over to our virtual dais and start chairing the session. Welcome all the participants. Professor Meeta Narayan, Prashasta. Okay, I would like to request our scholar to just give brief introduction to our chair, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Am I audible, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, respected participants of the conference. Professor Meeta Narayan is a professor at Center of Russian Studies and has been associated with the center for more than 4 decades as a student, a scholar, and as former chairperson from 2016 to 2018. Her academic excellence in Russian philology and translation studies has been recognized worldwide, as she has several national and international research papers to her credit, for which she has widely traveled to USA, UK, and Russia for presentation of papers on language and comparative studies. She has also authored books on language teaching and translation studies, a communicative course on language teaching, translation of newspaper and social science materials, a comprehensive book on theory of translation, which are important tools toward teaching methodology. She is at present working on yet another book on translation of business materials. She is recipient of Dr. Radhakrishnan Millennium National Teacher Award in 2010, Education Award for Excellence in 2016, Modernities Award for Excellence in 2019, and the Pushkin Medal in 2019 for contribution in the field of education, in promoting and strengthening the Russian field. Now we would like to request Professor Meeta Narayan to kindly chair this session. Thank you, ma'am.
It was a good introduction of our chair, Professor Meeta Narayan. Thank you so much, Vikram. Professor Meeta Narayan, please conduct the session.
No, спасибо большое, Викрам, за ваши вот такие слова. Конечно, это наш долг, да, наша ответственность, чтобы работать в развитии русского языка. И во что бы ни стало, да, были такие вот ситуации, но наш центр, да, Центр русских исследований продолжает работать в развитии, да, в укреплении русского языка в всех ситуациях. Да, поэтому это еще раз да, благодарю организаторам за организацию такую конференцию в такой ситуации. Все-таки все очень хорошо идет. Спасибо вам большое еще раз, Викрам и организаторам. Здравствуйте и всем, и привет всем. Да. Продолжаем наши сессии по Достоевскому. И эта сессия тоже очень разнообразная, да, разноаспектная, которая называется «Философия, структура повествования и персонажей Достоевского». Как мы слышали, разные доклады, вчера тоже обсуждали, что об Достоевском можно говорить очень много. Каждый аспект его можно обсуждать, и каждый докладчик, каждый человек имеет свое мнение, свое изображение, понятие Достоевского. Поэтому сердечно приветствуем всех докладчиков на сессии и начинаем с первого докладчика. Это Нилакши Суринарайн, former professor University of Delhi, и сейчас она вице-президент Индоприяла. Нилакши, вы здесь, да? Приветствую вас. Да, приветствую вас, да. Конечно, нам надо следить за нормом, да, организации, да, 10 плюс 5 минут, да, на дискуссии, да.
Я очень буду стараться, да.
Да.
Добрый
пожалуйста,
день.
Да, пожалуйста.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги, дорогие студенты. И я тоже очень рада присутствовать здесь на этой конференции, поучаствовать, читать свой доклад. Я надеюсь, что это вам кажется интересным и что можно будет как-нибудь, может быть, и продолжать такую тему для дальнейшего исследования. Да? У меня доклад на английском языке, я уже перехожу на английский язык. Maybe I think I should start sharing my screen. Right? Okay, can you видно, да? Теперь у меня всегда проблема слайд-шоу.
Все отлично.
Все хорошо?
Все, да. Хорошо.
Okay, хорошо. Revisiting Dostoevsky and the American Beat Generation. Dear colleagues, marking centenaries and bicentenaries, for that matter, even birthdays of workers, gives us an opportunity to go back to some of their works and reassess them and relearn from them. And when it is a great phenomenal writer of world literature like Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky, it is yet another great enriching experience of discovery and enlightenment. This is exactly how I've been feeling these last few months when I embarked on reading his Brothers Karamazov once again, just to refresh myself and also see if I could find any traces of Buddhist philosophy in it, because of my emerging interest in Buddhism as a philosophy. While searching on the internet for some scholarly articles to see if some other critics and researchers also had similar inquiries, I was pleasantly surprised to come across some interesting articles, one about Dostoevsky and Buddhism, and more interestingly, about a group of American writers and their quest for Buddhism with their absolute fascination with Dostoevsky. For me, this was really a fascinating discovery and led me to read some stories by some of these writers and open up a whole new world of Dostoevsky's influence, reaching far and wide into America of the 90s, 40s, and 50s. I was aware of the group Beat writers. You had Ginsberg, Kirausek, and Borrow, but their close proximity to Dostoevsky and almost cult-like adulation for him came as a huge surprise. Let me introduce you to this group and take you through the role that Dostoevsky played in their lives.
So the Beat generation was a literary movement started by a group of authors whose work explored and influenced American culture and politics in the post-war era. The central elements of Beat culture were non-conformation, rejecting standard narrative values. They were on a spiritual quest, rejecting economic materialism and exploring Eastern religions. As Maria Blostein in her article says, the phenomena of Beat generation writers and poets, however, is unique in 20th century American letters, precisely because they managed to go from a marginal underground classics of the 1950s to the official voice of dissent and cultural opposition of the 1960s, forced to be reckoned with. Their books were adopted by hippies and flower children. Their poems were chanted at sit-ins, their lives faithfully imitated by a whole generation of young baby boomers. Their anti-authoritarian ethos, along with their belief in the brotherhood of mankind, were the starting point of a whole movement that gave the United States such social and cultural watersheds as Woodstock, where there was a huge music festival held, and the Summer of Love, Chicago riots, etc. And a key figure who played an important role in their lives was none other than Dostoevsky. The first Beats saw themselves as followers of Dostoevsky and established their personal and literary union. And as it were, the entire Beat movement on the foundation of their shared belief in the primacy of Dostoevsky and his novels. And as Dostoevsky's evidence of the impact on such key writers, as you can see on the screen, are Allen Ginsberg, Jack Kerouac, and Williams Burroughs, and there were many more. And this is found in their essays, in their correspondence, and also sometimes indicated in their novels and poems. So many of the Beats testified candidly and enthusiastically to Dostoevsky's influence on their life and work in their many interviews. They reminisced about the way that Dostoevsky and his novels served as a common ground for them in the 40s and 50s. They talked of identifying with both Dostoevsky and his characters. They even wrote letters to each other in which they discussed their efforts to incorporate their vision of Dostoevsky's philosophy in their own lives. And Ginsberg says that the thing that brought them together in New York was their attraction to Russian literature, more specifically their love for Dostoevsky. And Ginsberg says, we, meaning Kerouac, myself, and Burroughs, all read a lot of Russian literature, Dostoevsky particularly. The first sort of meeting of minds that Kerouac and I had was over the fact that we both read Dostoevsky's Idiot, and we identified with Alyosha or Mishkin. And practically all the members of the first Beat Circle discovered Dostoevsky, of course, independently before they joined the group in New York. Ginsberg recalls reading Dostoevsky at the age of 14, when he stumbled on the novel The Idiot, and then he read it through, and then he continued to read more of Dostoevsky. And Kerouac became fascinated by Dostoevsky's novels before he embarked on a brief, disastrous stint of the service of the Merchant Marines. But when they met and they began to talk about Dostoevsky, which is what they led to their friendship. So having given a little brief about that, I would like to now move particularly to Jack Kerouac, who was decisively the most close to Dostoevsky amongst the Beat writers. A special place is reserved for him, with whom he holds an ongoing dialogue throughout his collected works. And we have another person who says that the overwhelming number of Dostoevskian references in Kerouac's writing might lead us to think that the two authors were contemporaries or even friends, despite the fact that they obviously belonged to separate centuries and vastly different culture. So you can see who has given this, who has said this in his article. So deciding what Dostoevsky represents for Kerouac isn't a simple task, since Dostoevsky's name appears very frequently in his writings. And Kerouac himself reminisces about some misadventures with his friends in a jocular tone. And he kind of comes up with such, sentences like, what a mess of immense, events. It is a Dostoevskian world, and his heartfelt connections with Dostoevsky are also sometimes on a whimsical tone. And he says, I'm serious about this. I want to communicate with Dostoevsky in heaven. And he also includes Dostoevsky in his short list of the holy writers, you know, that demand to be read by any serious author. And he also sometimes affectionately nicknames him and calls him Dusty. His adopted mentor, he calls him Dusty. So this was like kind of really, you know, interesting to know. This was a discovery for me, frankly. And here are some of the works of Jack Kerouac. Okay, we can see, I mean, he wrote a lot. Of course, he died very young. He had a tragic life. He ended up dying of cirrhosis of the liver. But in that many years, he managed to write, and he became quite famous. He had a large following. So, but his identification with Dostoevsky actually, on a purely spiritual basis, emerges clearly in this work, Visions of Gerard. Yeah. So Visions of Gerard, written in 1956, is on the author's early childhood memories of his older brother, Gerard, who died from rheumatism at the age of 9 in 1926. In this story, Kerouac primarily focuses on the hints of spiritual wisdom that he glimpses in his brother's everyday acts of kindness. Kerouac was only 4 years old at the time of his older brother's Gerard's death, and he was 30 when he wrote Visions of Gerard. And consequently, of course, much of the story is buried deep in some sort of a forgotten past. And we may be tempted to conclude that Kerouac turns to the work of his favorite author, actually Dostoevsky, to somehow fill in the blanks of the story about Gerard. So the memory of Gerard's passing, actually, this was also taken from the article, that it haunted Kerouac throughout his life. And sometimes, you know, psychologists sort of term this as the trauma of survivor's guilt, you know, that I lived, but my younger brother passed away. My older brother passed away. And on the basis of this these everyday acts of kindness, Kerouac concludes that if Gerard had survived his childhood illness, he would have grown up to be a saint that his brother, Jack, could never have become. So he, you know, juxtaposes this Gerard's compassion, sometimes for an injured mouse, you know, the self-serving mentality that he sees underlying in his most human behavior. And he predicts brilliant possibilities for the life that Gerard never lived. So this is how the story kind of goes on. So the idea of Gerard's perfection, of course, resurfaces in Kerouac's mind as for a nearly endless self-reproach. You know, through the book, he's in a way reproaching himself also that he's not as good as his brother. But he also uses this as a kind of an impetus to better his life. Yeah. So he says that this can serve as a positive function because of his belief in Gerard's perfection. It is a constant reminder of his own unrealized potential. And we see this in some characters of Dostoevsky also, such as Shatov. And so Gerard represents in Kerouac's mind a kind of a spiritual purity, you know, which is beyond his reach, but he wants to kind of similarly reach it. That is his aim. So I'm again quoting Jesse Menifee, who has, you know.
You have 5 more minutes, yeah, Lakshmi, 5 more minutes.
Oh my God.
You have 5 minutes.
So then I won't go through this. I will not read this. So he's just basically talking over here that he casts his brother Gerard in the role of Zosima's brother Markel, yeah, from the chapter The Russian Monk in the Brothers Karamazov. And though the novel or the character are not mentioned, of course, in Kerouac's test, but he's actually taken this from Dostoevsky to show the connection. So to quickly move to the next point, that is the motif of birds. So the motif of birds plays a critical role in the symbolic patterns of Dostoevsky's novel, we know. When Zosima recounts his childhood memories, he mentions how in the springtime birds often visited the window of his dying younger brother. Yeah. a boy named Markel during his last few days on earth. And Markel begs the birds to forgive him for sinning against them. So this is from the novel of Dostoevsky. And we see that in Markel is this kind of an absurd request, but this is an interconnectedness of all living things, which is the point that I want to make. And the correspondingly enormous consequences of everyday decisions that we make in life. So this kind of, this symbol of the birds, as if Kerouac has transported it into his own work, because his brother also has the company of birds, and which come to him. And, there is this beautiful quotation from the book. Gerard had birds that neighbor and relative would swear knew him personally. They came to his windowsill in the time of his long illnesses. And even while he was so sick, he would sort of have these beautiful words to say, "Come, my little angels." And we see the same thing happening in the brothers Karamazov also. The quote is given here. So the connections between Kerouac and Dostoevsky appear even more convincing when we consider the slow, painstaking pace with which Kerouac read the brothers Karamazov before he wrote this book. Okay, so this is actually again chronicled that he was hospitalized twice, and he kept reading and rereading the novel on 2 occasions, in 1945 and again in 1951. And this is when he kind of, started writing this book. And it took him like 7 months, I think, to read the book altogether. And he kept, like I have already said that. So both these hospitalized reading sessions, of course, preceded his writing of the book. And this is how somehow we kind of come to that, that the motive and the character builds up. And that Kerouac repeatedly read Karamazov during his stays in the hospital reinforces the parallels linking the stories of illness, in visions of Gerard and the brothers Karamazov. So Dostoevsky's presence, also surfaces in subtle ways when we consider the overall form of the work. So the circularity of the symbolic patterns, in Gerard, which convey the idea of life's interconnected nature, is very similar to what we read in the brothers Karamazov. The bird motif keeps returning repeatedly in visions of Gerard, just as it does in brothers Karamazov. And I think if you all have known, we know that the bird motif is associated with Markel's death, and it keeps reappearing in Zosima's grown up when he becomes an army officer. And when he's about to actually kill someone in a duel, suddenly, the vision of his brother, he sees a bird and he remembers the birds that gathered on his brother's windowsill, and he suddenly rushes, and he then sort of cancels the duel, and he begs forgiveness of his enemy. And then he abandons, the military to enter a monastery and obey the injunctions of his brother Markel. So this is the way, and again, the bird motif also appears towards the end of the novel, and when the father is scattering breadcrumbs for his son's grave, and that was, of course, his son's last wish. And he says this, I've just given a little quote from here, "My little doves, let me call you that because you are very much like those pretty gray blue birds now at this moment, as I look at your kind dear faces." So this repeated return of the bird motif in Karamazov assures readers of a kind of continuity, that underlies all life. And I would like to say that this is also repeated in Kerouac's story. So the symbolic presence is instrumental in resolving the conflict in Kerouac's story. They are not actually present right at the end of the story when Gerard's funeral is happening, but that also shows that as Gerard has passed away, so have the birds flown away, So he says that they are existentially synonymous. So when the birds stop coming to Gerard's window, after his death, a stranger decides they are gone with him. And then Kerouac kind of replies that, yes, it was he himself, right? So I'm just going to conclude then, right? So in conclusion, this is just a little bit more. So just as Zosima attributes his decision to join the monastery to the powerful memory etched in his mind by his brother Markel's final days, So does Kerouac feel that he owes his vocation as a writer entirely to Gerard's influence. So Kerouac claims that his true mission as a writer is to honor Gerard's teachings of tenderness. So again, there is this similarity, yeah, and you could kind of just read the quotation yourself. So in conclusion, I would actually like to briefly connect the two works discussed to some aspects of Mahayana Buddhism, which is the point from where I wanted to reconnect with Dostoevsky. And in the process, as I told you, I got acquainted with the American Beat generation, and in particular with Jack Kerouac. So what is this? Yeah, there is this great scholar, Michael Futrell, in his article Buddhism and the Brothers Karamazov. He speculates how Dostoevsky, if given the chance, would have viewed the central precepts of Mahayana Buddhism. And Futrell claims that these precepts are remarkably similar in spirit to the concept of salvation that is advanced by one of Dostoevsky's characters, and that is the wise old mystic Zosima in the Brothers Karamazov. So Mahayana Buddhism and Zosima's teachings certainly do share some important ideas. Both assert that every man is responsible for everyone and everything. The sense of a universally shared responsibility is linked in both cases with the notion of a universal brotherhood. Most significantly, Mahayana Buddhism and Zosima's teachings share the conviction that merely a change in our perception can reveal the world we live in to be a paradise. And the Mahayana ideal of Bodhisattva, which we hear so often, which is the enlightened one, comes very close to resembling Dostoevsky's own ideal of active love that is preached by Zosima. So Mahayana tradition, of course, stresses that every man should make no discrimination between himself and others and wait until he has helped everybody to enlightenment or nirvana before losing himself into it. And the second aspect stressed by Buddhism is this interconnectedness, of everything in the environment, which of course, as I tried to show, is well illustrated in both these works. So I think I will end on that. Thank you very much.
So thank you. Thank you very much, Nilakshi. Indeed, very, very interesting and an absolutely insight into the fact that how all the generations change, times change, but how the pivotal figure, Dostoevsky is considered so important. And what brings them all together is the fact of spiritualism. Spiritualism does play a very important role in bringing two generations together. So thank you very much. Any comments, any questions to the presentation? You're welcome.
Oh, I just...
Yes, please.
First of all, I just want to congratulate you, Professor Nilakshi Suryanarayan. Thank you so much for this very interesting and informative paper. It was, of course, a wonderful presentation. And I just don't want to miss the opportunity to thank you here for introducing us to the experts, Professor Olga Arkachevna and Professor Igor Vasilievich. Thank you so much.
Russian studies is common for all of us. Even if I'm not in GNU or if I've retired, I'm equally, involved that we should have good speakers. And it's very important, of course, for our students and for our younger teachers to be exposed to how much ever we can expose them to. So please don't thank me. I'm a part of it. Thank you.
Just could not wait for tomorrow, actually, for valedictory. I just wanted, to thank you here. Thank you.
No, but it is very important, Nilakshi, the point you have brought in about Buddhism, because Buddhism and its multifaceted, aspects are coming into actually science in its old self. And in fact, in departments outside, now it is a department of Buddhist studies, department of Indology. They are introducing such courses where through Buddhism, they're trying to teach how, whether it is Mahamaya, whether it is, the concepts may be different, but it is the main pivot, which is of, some sort of a spiritualism in different aspects. which is being studied now. So thank you very much for bringing in that point and connecting it with
I think
Dostoevsky.
Ma'am, there is a
Indu
question.
wants to ask a question, right?
No, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, Indu, you want to ask a question?
No, I just, kind of.
I thought you were the next speaker, huh?
Actually, I want to just thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful lecture. And actually, in fact, I just got introduced to it. This was a discovery for me. But I wanted to just ask you one thing, like, is it a vision of Gerard, to what extent it could be considered as autobiographical? Because I am thinking of this work from the perspective of memory. Like, he is very small, he's a kid. So as a kid, I think I don't remember. To me, I don't remember anything of my childhood. But so when he's writing this book, as you told, when he was 30. So I think the whole his perception of his brother, or like it's been, I think it would be constructed. So to what extent is it? I haven't read, sorry, this work. But to what extent it could be considered as autobiographical, or
It is to a large extent autobiographical, but you see, he's a writer. So what he has used is, he says also, he doesn't really, I mean, he was only 4 years old or something when his brother passed away, but he reconstructs this kind of a memory. And again, you know, under the influence of Dostoevsky, in a way, he wants to create this figure. He was also very much under the influence of Buddhism, by the way. These beat writers were actually, you know, moving towards the East. So that is how you don't find, you know, Dostoevsky into Buddhism, but through this kind of chain, in a way, this triangle, yeah, he brings him closer to these. He thinks that they, you know, the ideas are the same. So yes, it is by and large autobiographical, because but more or less, he's constructing the obras of his brother in that kind of a spiritual manner, you know, full of compassion. Yeah, that is, it is really the compassion that sees you through suffering. Like yesterday, he said, this krasata spasyot mir. This krasata is not just physical beauty, but the beauty of your soul. And yesterday, he said it's actually the beauty that you have through suffering, you know. So how do you look at it like that, right? So yes, it is.
Yeah. So thank you once again, Nilakshi.
Thank you.
So now I welcome our next speaker. I think Girish is not here. So you got the advantage of that for carrying on for 10 more minutes. That's why. Next speaker, I welcome Indu Shekhar, the Assistant Professor, the Maharaja Saji Rao University of Baroda. And his presentation would be on memory, trauma, and narrative in Dostoevsky's novel. Yeah. So over to you, Indu, now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this opportunity. And yeah, before I go to my presentation, I would like to say, this is a wonderful opportunity to address this conference, or like this title of this conference is very apt, actual for this present time. And as I got to know, I think, I don't know whether it's true or not true, like some university in Milan has banned Dostoevsky from reading. So I think it's good that they ban, because if you don't understand to what extent the author is trying to say, it's better you don't study him. Okay, so that was like my take here. And to my paper, I would just, because there is a time constraint, I would just address here the narrative framework, or like theoretical framework of my paper. And so my paper title is Memory, Trauma, and Narrative in Dostoevsky's novel. So there are 3 elements: memory, trauma, and narrative. And narrative is I think, in my presentation, is connecting the both. So how memory is connected with the narrative, and how trauma is connected with the narrative. So like when we address Dostoevsky, the first thing we while talking about trauma, it's one instantly remembers the idiot, or his autobiographical influence, or death of his father, as even Freud said, Freud in his article on Dostoevsky and parricide, like killing of his father. Freud says Like we can safely say that, and I'm quoting here, we can safely say that Dostoevsky never go free from the feeling of guilt arising from his intention of murdering his father. They also determined his attitude in the two other spheres in which the father relations is decisive factor. His attitude towards the authority of the state and towards belief in God. Okay, and later on, the Freud is saying that, like, although I do not agree with him, like he's saying that Dostoevsky becomes very like submissive towards the state, and God becomes overall like universal theme and his in his writing. So I do not agree with like the like Freud's assessment of like his Dostoevsky's relationship with the state or the authority. But like I'm not going to address here all these things because to my understanding, when we are addressing trauma or memory, we should address the literary characters, because Dostoevsky's characters are way more complex, and through them he is exploring the deep psychological depth and deep like questions of morality, philosophy in every aspect. So, but like yeah, so I'll go into that detail, but let me first address you the first theoretical framework of my research, like my paper. What is trauma? Like if you say trauma is a word that comes from Greek, which earlier means like refers to a physical wound. Okay, like violence, it has been like it was meant to physical, but later on, like right now, trauma studies and memory studies is one of the most, I think, flourishing, burgeoning field of studies. So later on, trauma referring to the more psychological event. And right now, when we talk about trauma, we are talking about social aspect of it. In this, especially in research work, we are talking about trauma in the event that a society felt, like Holocaust or Second World War. And right now, a lot of studies have been done in the field of trauma. Trauma studies, especially in this reference to Holocaust. So if you go on internet, you search anything on trauma, you would definitely find a long list of books that have been meant like for Holocaust studies. But and so my point is, like, right now the thing is, our personal like narrative, which was earlier meant to be, now goes back to the psychological studies, psychological research. And trauma, while trauma and narrative, like and its role with literature, as many theorists have been said that literature is the best tool to address a trauma. Okay, in even literary language, if you try to give objective details like historical details or fact, you can give lots of fact about Holocaust. You can give a lot of data about siege of Leningrad or any war. You can give data, you can give numbers, but you cannot narrate the trauma or pain or suffering that has been endured by society or by individuals. And here literature comes forward. Literature has been described as the best tool to narrate, to has a therapeutic role, also plays a therapeutic role in addressing the trauma, or like theorists have been saying that if you write about it, it gives you strength and it helps you overcome this trauma. Okay, and then so I have to like cut it down, but I'm cutting it down right now. I want to really come to the memory and trauma. Like memory and trauma is very interesting relationship. Like memory, traumatic events is they represent certain restrictions. Like when you think about trauma, you cannot like event that is so devastating, you don't want to remember it, and that's why it's sometimes present a memory block. You don't want to remember, and that's like if you addressing like even not in even personal in on it happens on personal level and collective level as well, because like you see the Holocaust, memoirs of Holocaust is coming right now. Why is that? Why not immediately? Because trauma was so severe, the suffering was so severe, so hard that people took time, society took its time to address that issue. And that's why narrative also becomes here interesting. Like
We have 5 more minutes, Indu, 5 more minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes are there.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So, like, yeah, narrative plays here an important role. Like memory blocks, memory is trying to block, but with time you try to recover, you try to address it, and you first like if it's a personal like since I'm talking about Dostoevsky here, I'm talking about his characters, so I'm talking about a personal suffering, a personal trauma here. So that's like as it has been said that like literary writing helps like in Dostoevsky also when he's referring in idiot, like in idiot he's referring to his memories like his trauma. He is providing it through a third person miskin, but here we can like clearly see the voice of Dostoevsky is overpowering the tone of tone of Prince Mishkin. So like as here I want to like quote Bakhtin and his earlier work on the like how literature like his theory of upon novel, like how the language matters. So when like he like in the Bakhtin is trying to say is deciding it in the terms of he addressing the Evgeny Onegin there, and he says like all these characters language, the way Pushkin has wrote, it represents the language of that time, that era, and that's why it becomes so important, and that happens in novel. Okay, but here we see like when Miskin is talking about, so Miskin is talking about his experiences like I'll not quote from there, but yeah. So he's talking. We clearly see the Dostoevsky's voice play is coming out, but although like there is some instance and like in third, like in second, like instances, I'm talking about Time and Punishment and his first dream, Raskolnikov's first dream. When he dreams about, it also generates from a memory. And although like it had been pointed out by I think some theorist or like some researcher who wrote a biography that it's also has some kind of biographical content reference to it. But here we see a interesting remark and in a very interesting interplay of narrative here, because this in this dream there is a very intermix of first it's a dream, and then Dostoevsky himself says there that it's an interplay of reality and dream. So there the reality has been blurred, the boundaries have been blurred, and not just boundaries, but it's also poses a very interesting challenge how to portray it, and it has been shown in the language that has been used by like Dostoevsky when Dostoevsky is talking about this event or dream. he uses present tense, how the tense has been used, like how he switches from past to present tense, and he is describing the event, he is suddenly switching to the present tense, and then he is again going back to his childhood. So there is a context interplay, the very complex interplay of narrative here we see. And that's why I'm saying, like, if we want to explore the role, like how trauma has been emerged, and how, like, the fictional characters are not simple, they are very complex characters. So if we try to understand them, or we try to understand the role of trauma in how this trauma made their certain responses, or like facilitated, not, I would, this, the facilitated is a very wrong word here, but yeah, in lack of what I would use, facilitate with certain responses and the development of the character. We really we should not address, we should not find the autobiographical references, but the references that has been provided within this character, how the character has been developed, and the growth of the characters. This is all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Hindu. It is also a very, very important fact to be stressed upon, you know. Narratives, like we say, narratives during the troubled times, you know, the pandemic has been there. So narrative literature and documentary literature, which has now really come up, the memories and the trauma which people have gone through this time, which, you know, we cannot speak, we cannot, you know, discuss it with everyone. That is all being preserved like a narrative literature. So narrative and documentary literature is very, very important. In the same way, like, you know, Dostoevsky never spoke, you know, many things. His works speak. And if you try to feel those memories, those, you know, trauma incidents, one can feel about it, and then you can understand what actually, you know, narrative literature is. So a lot is being written about why it is important to have narrative literature and documentary literature, so that, you know, it shows what you rightly said, you know, the memories, the traumas, these are negative things, but even the positivities, even the positive, you know, psychological aspects which come up, they are all preserved in the narration of a literary text. So may I have any comments?
Yeah, ma'am, sorry, just,
yeah.
Ma'am, I would like to add one more thing. Like, I just wanted to forgot to mention, like, these two like works, like authors like Svetlana Alexievich and Anna Politkovskaya. Like, if we address the, like, we try to understand the war or trauma that has been caused, like these two, like, authors, work of author or accounts of, like, Anna Politkovskaya of Chechen war, they, if you read their stories, they are horrifying. Like, then you can understand. You might have, like, when I was in GNU, I read that Chechnya was bombed, like, almost on one space, like 1,000 bombs were there, but I couldn't understand the gravity of that situation. But when you read these accounts, their remembrance, their memory, their narrative becomes so powerful, and you feel the, like, the depth and how great the suffering was.
Yeah, that is true. That is why narrators are important. Any comments, any questions to Indu? It is a very, very sphere to be really discussed and talked about, because especially in the present circumstances, globally, what you are seeing, and how these trauma circumstances and memories, they become, you know, narrations, and people come and people go, but these narrations will always remain. So if there are no questions, we go on to the next presenter. That is, thank you very much once again, Indu. The next is Nitish Kumar Akhuri, guest lecturer at the University of Delhi. And is Nitish here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I welcome you, Nitish. And his presentation is on nihilism in crime and punishment. Over to you now.
Yeah, thanks a lot, ma'am. And of course, the organizing committee for organizing such an interesting event. So let me share the presentation. Is my PPT working?
Yeah,
okay.
It is visible. Yeah.
Okay.
You can, as Sonu says, go to slideshow and make it
Full screen.
full screen so that we can see it.
I think it's working, right?
Yeah, it's working.
First slide and second slide also working, right?
Yeah, they're working.
Okay.
No,
but
Nitish, the full
you have to make it full screen.
slideshow is not working.
Slideshow, yeah.
Currently, the
See,
slides,
this is first slide, right? Do you see any transition?
No, you need to go again to Zoom.
Okay.
Just click Control and Tab. Go to Zoom and share it again. Share the full screen version. There will be two versions. One will be
first I need to stop, right?
No, don't stop.
Oh, I already did.
That's okay.
Okay.
Now while sharing, select only the window which has the full screen of your PPT. Or alternatively, you can share whole screen, which is a first option on the left.
Okay, that I can do.
Yeah, now you can click on this
F5,
slideshow.
I think.
Yeah, 5 or slideshow.
Slideshow. Now this is first,
yeah,
first and
now
second
yes,
slide. Is it visible? Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So as already mentioned, the topic of my Daklat paper is nihilism or nihilism. Sometimes it is pronounced as nihilism. So nihilism in the novel Crime and Punishment. So nihilism was a popular philosophy in mid-19th century Russia when Dostoevsky novel Crime and Punishment was published. Hence, one of the main philosophy described in this novel, Crime and Punishment, is nihilism, along with its counterpart, anti-nihilism. Dostoevsky demonstrates his dislike for this philosophy through this novel. So this novel was published in 1866, and we all know protagonist Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, and he was a nihilist. So what actually is nihilism? It is difficult to define the concept of nihilism because of its vagueness, because of its vagueness. But in simple terms, it can be considered as an extreme pessimistic form of skepticism in which person ignores even the idea of existence. Therefore, for a nihilist, all values, moralities, authorities, belief, and emotions are groundless and empty. First popularized by Ivan Turgenev in his novel Fathers and Sons in 1862, nihilism was associated with revolutionary movement that took place in Russia in second half of 19th century. The principles of nihilism can be often associated with the principles of utilitarianism, existentialism, and anarchism. Nihilism is a belief that religion, family, and other social ties should be rejected in favor of, So nihilism is a belief that religion, family, and other social ties should be rejected in favor of logic and science. Supporters of nihilism, including the protagonist of the novel Crime and Punishment, Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, are indifferent to moral codes that encourage others to follow social norms of a civilized society. The result is extreme pessimism. Raskolnikov's relationship with his family is one of the signs of his nihilism. His mother writes him that family will soon be together and will be able to hug each other after almost 3 years of separation. But we can see Raskolnikov is hesitant to meet his family, although there's nothing holding him back in St. Petersburg. He has no job and is completely alone. After reading the letter from his mother, his face was distorted. His face was pale and distorted. There was bitter anger and wicked smile on his face. The way Raskolnikov treats his mother or anyone else in the family is strange. When he runs out of the money, he pawns his late father's silver watch and a ring that his sister gave him. Once again, there is no emotions attached with these items that his family member gave him. This positions of Raskolnikov shows that he was influenced by nihilistic philosophy. The main character of the novel struggles with the guilt of the crime throughout the novel by introducing flexible rules and moral codes of moral nihilism. Ironically, nihilist stance portrayed by Raskolnikov is exactly opposite of author's personal belief system. The novel explores the question, what will happen if social rules do not restrict everyone? Dostoevsky showed us, Dostoevsky actually showed, this is Dostoevsky actually showed the nihilist view of protagonist Raskolnikov, his inner world, his conscious and unconscious state. The best feature of this psychological novel is Raskolnikov's dual personality. On one hand, he's cold, indifferent, and of course antisocial, and on other hand, he is warm and compassionate. With nihilism is associated another philosophy, that is existentialism. Existentialism is a philosophical belief that we are each responsible for creating purpose or meaning in our own lives. Our individual purpose and meaning is given to us by are not given by gods, government, teachers, or other authorities. So life doesn't have any meaning other than what we give to it. Existentialism is a way of thinking that focuses on what it means for people to exist. Existentialism is known for dealing with nihilistic problem, but generally it's a kind of anti-nihilist thought. Existence precedes essence is the central claim of existentialism. That is, we are not born with already defined essence or purpose, but first we exist. Then with the help of our lived experience, we give meaning or purpose or essence to our life. In the beginning of the novel Crime and Punishment, we find that the main character is in isolation. He drops out of the university because of poverty, even though he was a brilliant student. He lives in a small, poor apartment surrounded by lower class, poor people. He is experiencing a loss of essence in his life and does not know how to get it. According to existentialists, a person's starting point is characterized by the so-called existential position, or a sense of disorientation or confusion in this meaningless and absurd world. In the novel, Raskolnikov is in conflict between individual freedom and social rules. Thus, he starts a journey to find meaning, purpose, and essence of his life. In the novel, a minor character, Lebeziatnikov, who is also influenced by nihilist idea, define the purpose of nihilism is to negate more. We see a relation between this character and Bazarov of Turgenev from the novel Father's Essence. So he rejects family and social ties as well as emotional and aesthetics problems in favor of strict materialism, or the idea that there is no mind and soul outside the physical world. Associated with nihilism is the philosophy of utilitarianism, or the idea that moral decisions should be based on the rule of happiness for a greater number of people. Raskolnikov initially justifies the murder of Alyona Ivanovna on utilitarian grounds, claiming that a louse was removed from the society. And for him, the murder is actually a utilitarian act because he can help society with the money stolen after the murder. Raskolnikov is certainly a nihilist. He doesn't care about emotions of others, and he completely ignores social convention of the world. However, in the end of the novel, when Raskolnikov discovers love, he discards this nihilism. By showing this immoral action, the novel discusses nihilism as an empty social political movement. Due to the fact that Raskolnikov demonstrated the impracticality in this principle, Dostoevsky assured that nihilism was impractical. His commentary on the topic seeks to discredit the theory of extraordinary man by showing Raskolnikov as a character who is difficult to understand because of his insanity. So the idea behind this character, how Dostoevsky thought of this character, obviously in this in this paper, I won't be talking in details, but few points I'd like to mention. Like Dostoevsky was impressed by Belinsky, who viewed negative criticism as a sincere concern for Russian people, but Petrashevsky's circles called sarcasm contributed to Dostoevsky's further departure from the ideologies such as Hegelianism to an aggressively Christian moral code. Dostoevsky's experience with Hegelianism in 1850s confirmed a significant parallelism between the vision of his negative hero and left Hegelian views. The novel Crime and Punishment highlighted the problems of Dostoevsky found in the philosophy of left Hegelianism. Raskolnikov is trying to surpass humanity based on his theory about extraordinary people and claiming that these extraordinary people or Ubermensch, as Nietzsche further defines this kind of hero, were capable of righteous negative action. Deceived by the perception of this theory, Raskolnikov kills the pawnbroker, leading him on a self-destructive path that lasts only a few days before his imprisonment. Following Dostoevsky's experience, Raskolnikov later finds redemption in suffering and in Christianity while imprisoned. Thanks a lot. If you have any questions or in doubt, please ask.
Yeah. Thank you, Akhri. You absolutely kept to the time. Any questions, please? Any questions, comments? In fact, Dostoevsky has been instrumental in bringing up these movements into the society. And once the movements came up, it was how the entire society tried to understand and actually sort of feel them in their daily, in the activities of the daily day. How you feel extensionalism, how you feel personalism, and how do you relate it to the activities which are happening in your, whether it is related to what Indu has just said, whether it is related to trauma, whether it is related to happiness, whether it's related to, that's how psychological aspect comes into the explanation of what existentialism is, because as a definition, it is not easy to understand how it can be implemented into the lives of people. So thank you for bringing in this aspect. And if there are no questions, we move on to the next presenter. That is Gautam Kashyap. Gautam Kashyap, who's a scholar at the St. Petersburg State University, Russia, who will be, is he here? Gautam Kashyap is here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, welcome to you, Gautam. He will be speaking on самоубийство необходимое средство художественной выразительности в творчестве Достоевского. Пожалуйста, Гауtam, приглашаю вас.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники. Слышно, да?
Да, слышно.
Меня зовут Гауtam Kashyap, я студент факультета филологии СПбГУ. Сегодня я представляю доклад на тему самоубийства необходимое средство художественной выразительности в творчестве Достоевского.
Да, немножко медленно, пожалуйста, да?
Да, хорошо.
Да? Очень быстро вы говорите, да?
Сейчас.
У вас время есть, да?
Да, хорошо. Давайте продолжаем.
15 минут у вас, да, пожалуйста, спокойно.
Тема самоубийства занимает особое место в творчестве Достоевского. Достоевский, он не первый и не единственный писатель, использованный самоубийство как художественный прием. А если мы посмотрим на Шекспира, то в его 8 произведениях 14 самоубийства. Ромео и Джульет, Брут, Каши, Клеопатра, Антоний, Отелло и так далее. Все убивают себя по разными причинами. Ближе к времени Достоевского тема самоубийства составляет важный компонент сентиментального романа, романтического искусства, а также реализма XIX века в литературе. По словам немецкого философа Артура Шопенгауэра, человек, желающий покончить жизнь самоубийством в глубине души действительно хочет жить, на самом деле он желает жизнь, но его мучают великие страдания, выживание его жизненными обстоятельствами. Страдания от неблагоприятных обстоятельств. Жизнь учит его добровольному самоотречанию. Важно также отметить, что тема самоубийства, она одна из самых ярких тем в художественной литературе Достоевского постсибирского периода. Более того, Достоевский считается мастером описания жизненных обстоятельств отчаявшихся людей, много из которых действительно кончают жизнь самоубийством. Едвин Снейдман, он тоже американский психолог, идеолог, он предполагает, что Достоевский использует самоубийство с целью передачи философского или этического сообщения и удержания внимания читателей на предмете повествования. Еще один британо-американский психолог говорит, это Дэвид Лестер, он определяет хроническое суицидальное поведение как саморазрушительное воздействие, которого сокращает продолжительность жизни человека. Например, злоупотребление алкоголем или наркотиками. Парасуицид как саморазрушение поведение, при котором человек намеревается выжить и, по сути, выживает. Даже один из первых критиков Достоевского, Дмитрий Мережковский, он говорит, что главные произведения Достоевского в сущности извели не романы, не эпош, а трагедии. Дальше интерес Достоевского к проблеме самоубийства еще более усиливается реалиями современной ему российской жизни. Достоевский художник, проницательный наблюдатель своей среды, усредний исследователь жизни, представитель низких слов русского общества, не мог не отреагировать на такое жгучее общественное явление, как самоубийство. На внимание Достоевского к этой проблеме повлияли все возрастающий рост числа самоубийства в быстро меняющейся России второй половины XIX века. И стоит отметить, что в периоде с 1819 по 1875 год число самоубийства в России увеличилось с 17 до 29 на миллион населения. Наиболее яркий это проявилось в западных губерниях России, в частности в городе Санкт-Петербург. Ежемесячно в столице убивали себя от 19 до 15 человек. В 1870 году в Петербурге были 125 самоубийств. В 1870 году 115, а в 1872 году 167. Число самоубийства среди мужчин в России было значительно выше, чем среди женщин. Для Достоевского самоубийство и саморазрушение не просто социалистические проблемы, связанные с низкими знакомическими или социальными положением лиц. Многие самоубийства в произведениях Достоевского совершаются состоятельными людьми. Свидригайлов – это протагонист, это преступление и наказание, транзит все деньги, прежде чем застрелиться себя. И Николай Ставрогин, произведение вещи, наследника материнского имения, на его состоятельность не мешает ему повеситься. Большинство самоубийства в произведениях Достоевского демонстрирует чрезвычайную сложность человеческой природы, в которой ни один ответ не может дать всеобъемлющее оправдание молодей поведения человека. Действия человека часто определяются двумя полярными и противоречивыми чертами природы. С одной стороны, человеком движет природный инстинкт самосохранения, с другой стороны, его действия часто выживаны иррациональными импульсом саморазрушения. Счастливее и уравновешение люди встречаются у Достоевского редко. Его герой обычно напряженный, раздвоенный и сложный, не в состоянии обладать своей или примириться с внешним миром. Большинство из них мучают и наказывают себя или мучают друг друга. В произведениях Достоевского изображены 22 успешных самоубийства, а также ряд попыток и предполагаемых актов самоуничтожения. В его художественных произведениях описано 15 случаев самоубийства. В дневнике писателя это 7. Из этих 7 в 5 случаях Достоевский сообщает о реальных событиях из жизни. В 2 случаях в дневнике писателя выключены короткие художественные произведения. Из 22 случаев самоубийства 14 мужчин и 8 женщин, в том числе 5 детей, 3 девочки и 2 мальчика. Большинство самоубийства совершают молодые люди: Крылову, Ставрогину, Крафту и Смердякову за 20. Повышение было следующим на очереди. В произведениях Достоевского в 9 случаях самоубийцы вешаются: 5 мужчин, 1 женщина, 2 девушки и 1 мальчик. 7 стреляют в себе, все мужчины, 2 отравляются, обе женщины, 2 угнули, 1 мальчик и 1 девочка, и 2 выпрыгнули из окна, обе женщины. И что здесь можно понять? Самоубийство для Достоевского не просто художественная необходимость. Обычно он представляет свою кульминацию рационального рассуждения, в котором физическое самоуничтожение используется для освоения определенного идеологического представления излагаемого его героем. Таким образом, самоубийство становится символом глубокого философского, этического и религиозного значения и, главное, средством выражения мировоззрения писателя. Самоубийство – это главный герой романа Достоевского, может быть актом бунта, мести побега или выражением крайнего своеволия, редко бывает признаком раскаяния. Обычно выживают те, в ком изобилуют врожденные положительные качества. Они по Достоевскому еще искупимы и, следовательно, способны к регенерации. Использование самоубийства также дает Достоевскому возможность изучения природы человека, исследования более глубоких уровней создания, где происходит борьба между врожденными инстинктами жизни и смерти, саморазрушения и самосохранения. По мнению ряда ведущих психоаналитиков, в каждом из нас заложено глубоко укоренившаяся склонность к суициду. Однако это саморазрушение можно укротить и преодолеть с помощью наших здоровых идентификаций, защиты его и наших конструктивных привычек жить и любить. Индивидуум может быть легко вгянуть в суицидальный кризис, когда рушатся обычные защиты, контроль и образ жизни. когда человек находится в суицидальном состоянии, его перспектива жизни замирает. Он хочет жить, но не видит пути. Его логика просто путается, и он не может очистить голову. Он натыкается на смерть, еще цепляясь за жизнь. Большинство героев Достоевского находится в конфликте с собой и с разделе с обществом. Многие больны душой и телом, и к суицидальной наклонности, которые у обычных здоровых людей скрыты глубоко под поверхность, легко выходить на первый план. В заключение, суицидальный подход в искусстве Достоевского можно резюмировать следующим образом. Самоубийство – это литературный прием, который может убрать персонажа со сцены, способ придания идеологического смысла действиям персонажа, символ глубокого философского, этического или религиозного значения, средства выражения взглядов автора, а также средства для исследования более глубоких уровней человеческого подсознания и темных сторон человеческой природы. Ну, в психологическом плане самоубийство в творчестве Достоевского есть высшее выражение иррациональных саморазрушительных тенденций, господствующих в природе человека. В философском плане самоубийство есть выражение зла в человеческой природе, которое активизируется утверждением человеком своей свободы выбора, принимающей форму крайнего своеволия, что означает недостаток веры человека и его бунт против Бога. А большинство главных героев произведений Достоевского, которые совершают суицид, пытаются или думают о самоубийстве, как, например, Раскольников, Ипполит, Кириллов, Ставрогин или Смердяков убивают или хотят убить себя. В своих публицистических статьях Достоевский утверждает, что суицидальные наклонности свойственны большой части людей среди социальности и материальности, не верящими в бессмертие души, а что только вера может вывести человека из суицидальной озабоченности. Тем не менее, в некоторых своих произведениях Достоевский показывает, что даже религиозные люди не застрахованы от собственных инстинктов саморазрушения, и что их часто толкают к самоубийству различные внутренние и внешние причины. Таким образом, как и в многих других случаях, Достоевский, великий художник, верен в своих публицистических произведениях, он выравнивает единую всеобъемлющую формулу, которая должна спасти человека от самого себя, а в своих произведениях он ясно показывает, что человек слишком сложное существо, чтобы подчиняться универсальных панацеям или спасся одномерным решениями всех его проблем. Так, самоубийство у Достоевского...
Заканчивайте, пожалуйста, Госом, да? Заканчивайте.
Так, самоубийство у Достоевского создает интригу и напряжение. Это выживает интерес и помогает удерживать внимание читателя на повествование до последней страницы. Однако это также мощный инструмент, который помогает писателю проникнуть в психику человека и изучить темные стороны его души. Это эффективное средство, чтобы убедительно проиллюстрировать всю сложность человеческой природы и засвидетельствовать непредсказуемость человеческой судьбы.
Спасибо, да?
Спасибо большое.
Да. Ну, спасибо большое, Готам, да, ваш очень подробный анализ на самоубийство в творчестве Достоевского. Ну, очень интересно, да? Конечно, да, у меня вот просто такое замечание, да, хотя вот самоубийство, это была вот одна из важнейших тем в творчестве Достоевского, но он тоже говорится, да, в своих творчествах, в своей жизни, да, что если человек верит в себя, да, тогда, если верит вот в Бога или в себя, да, самое главное, это себя, то может быть самоубийство, и вот это верение, это помогает, тогда не бывает самоубийства. Такое противоречие есть в нем всегда. Ну, как вы считаете, да? Если вы так подробно работали над такой темой, потому что везде не показывает, везде человек не идет к самоубийству, да?
Да.
Ну, как?
Ну, как-то я вижу, что как он показывает, Достоевский показывает в романе, и потом он пишет статья. Там у него есть совсем другое мнение, другие мнения. И, значит, он не соглашается, что он пишет, и потом, как он пишет в статье.
Вот и главное, чтобы нам понять, что такое противоречие всегда вот продолжается, да? Он делает что-то, и потом он сам это противоречит, да? Вот есть какие-то мнения, да, потому что о самоубийстве можно по-разному понять, да, по-разному понять.
Это очень сложно.
Да, это, конечно, это сложно, но в каких ситуациях человек это делает, да? Можно это как-то сравнивать с материалом, который уже, как мы сейчас сказали, как сейчас говорили о narratives, да? Narratives, когда мы это читаем, да, тогда мы это можем понять. Это бывает, это автоматически как-то это бывает, или это бывает задуманный, это задуманный акт, или нет. И сам это Достоевский об этом говорит, что это было, но это не надо было.
Он сам перепутает, потому что как это можно объяснить?
Ну, понятно. Ну, пожалуйста, есть ли какие-то мнения, какие-то замечания по поводу доклада Готам?
Если можно.
Пожалуйста, Соня.
Готам, у вас был очень интересный доклад, и хотя
Спасибо.
самоубийстве, вот мне понравилось, как вы анализировали самоубийство в литературе, то есть в произведениях Достоевского. А скажите, пожалуйста, видит ли Достоевский вот самоубийство как ход решения какого-то проблемы?
Как я думаю, я не могу ответить на это точно, но как где-то Достоевский говорит, что это как религиозно или после смерти бывает свобода. И где-то он показывает, что люди есть ради счастливые, тоже умирают. Даже верит в религию, тоже умирает. Даже не верит, не верующий, тоже убивают себя. Поэтому не знаю, что можно ответить, потому что это даже сам автор...
Нет, это по-разному можно понять, потому что вот он сам противоречит, да, себе. Но еще если человек религиозный, да, по философии так говорят, что вот такой акт, это задуманный акт, да. И всегда есть какие-то причины, когда так бывает. Поэтому после этого человек освобождается, да, он даже его жизнь становится более легкой, поэтому получает ли он свободу, да?
Наверное, да.
об этом можно спорить, да, об этом можно спорить. Да? Ну, тогда с этим мы заканчиваем, да. Сессия, конечно, была очень интересная, да. Все доклады, да, трогнули, да, очень важные аспекты, разные аспекты Достоевского. Поэтому большое спасибо всем докладчикам, да. Действительно, сессия была полезная, да. Поэтому спасибо большое, да, организаторам еще раз, спасибо большое докладчикам.
Спасибо.
И теперь немножко отдыхаем, да, пьем чай и потом начинаем следующую, да. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое, ma'am. Thank you very much for completing the session within time. I would now request Vikram to say a vote of thanks to the chair.
Khushbu is going to.
Okay, Khushbu, sorry, Khushbu. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. On the behalf of CRS and our organizing committee, with the immense pleasure, I would like to express my deep gratitude and heartfelt thanks to our respected Professor Meeta ma'am for chairing this session and giving her enlightening remarks. I also would like to thank all the speakers for their informative papers as well as the participants of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. So now we'll have a break of 10 minutes. It's 3:50. So we'll be meeting at 4 o'clock. So till that time, you can have rest. Thank you. Good evening, dear colleagues. We'll be starting in 30 seconds. We will be starting our next session in 30 seconds. So once again, welcome you all, and thank you very much for being here. It's quite a long day, and now we can start with the permission of chair. We can start this session. Nilakshi ma'am, can we start?
Sir, we have to introduce such.
Yeah. Just I'm asking for the permission from Nilakshi ma'am. Can we start, ma'am? Yeah. Okay. So I would request Vikram to introduce the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Nilakshi Suryanarayan is former professor at Department of Slavonic and Finno-Ugrian Studies, University of Delhi. She has recently retired. She has been teaching Russian language and literature for over 30 years in University of Delhi. Her research interests lie in the broad sphere of Russian literature, the comparative study of literature, Russian culture, and cinema. She is also collaborating with specialists in area of cross-cultural communication. She has presented scores of papers in national and international conferences. She has many papers and books as publications such as Handbook of Russian Verbs with Prefixes for Indian students of Russian language. She has also received various honors and awards. In the year 2019, she has received a prestigious Pushkin Medal by the President of Russian Federation. Now, we would like to request Professor Nilakshi Suryanarayan to kindly chair this session.
Good afternoon, good evening, dear colleagues. Thank you, Vikram, for my introduction here. And so I think у нас сейчас очень много сегодня докладов, so без всяких лишних слов мы начнем. Да, so первый докладчик у нас по списку, это, минуточку, это Shivaji Bhaskar. Yes, so Shivaji Bhaskar, he's assistant professor at the School of Foreign Languages of Indira Gandhi National Open University. So тема его доклада это Dostoevsky and the Poor Folk, Understanding the Idea and Concept. So, пожалуйста, даю вам слово, Шиваджи. У вас 10 минут. Вы знаете, да, что у вас 10 минут. Давайте.
Спасибо. Thank you, organizers, for the opportunity to say a few words on the topic related to Dostoevsky. The topic which I have chosen to present here, Dostoevsky and the Poor Folk, understanding the emergence of idea and concept. So I am adding a word here, understanding the emergence of this particular idea and concept, which revolves around this great writers, very important writings, to begin with the Poor Folk. Because whenever we start talking about Dostoevsky, we have to look at the circumstances of that particular society during that period when the novel was written. In the Russian Empire, when many things are happening all around the world, especially in the France and in other European countries, which greatly influenced the literature, the art scene of many nations, including Russia. Despite many efforts by the Tsar and other, whether they are bureaucrats or army person, to curb the dissent, but writers like Fyodor Dostoevsky, they could produce such kind of work, which later on lauded by many important critics and writers of that time, like Alexander Hudson. So I will begin my paper with quote from Bedniel Luji. Poor people are subject to fancies. This is a provision of nature. Another one is day succeeded day, and each day was like the last one. When we begin with these quotes, it represents the despair, the gloomy nature, and the mentality, the hopelessness of poor folk, poor people of that time, when they all around see that their life is very mechanic, it is having endless despair, and no matter what, how much hope they carry, the next day bring them no happiness and no results. So that is why when we start talking about this, we have to first understand the meaning of the emergence of this idea and the concept. Idea, it can be a rough mental impression. It could be a thought, suggestion, opinion, belief, or intention. Whereas when we talk about concept, is a amalgamation of many ideas. It is like an understanding drawn from a particular fact or logic. And finally, a concept could also be an established procedure. That is why we have to look into the fact that during that time, in great despair, almost all poor people, they have the same lifestyle, same living conditions, and same hopelessness, same despair. And when Dostoevsky saw that, he sympathizes with them, he empathizes with them, and then he came to a conclusion to having a concept and start writing on their life in such a manner which brought him much success in life. When we go deeper into this idea and the concept of philosophy, the idea can be a mental representation, images of object. Many philosophers like Plato, Aristotle, Immanuel Kant, John Locke, they have talked about these kind of important aspects which actually originate in our mind. However, when these ideas are converged and brought them together, then we have a particular concept in the society. That is why we also have to look into the fact that when we form a society, the society is a combination of different sections. They could be communities, they could be different groups of people. So when we talk about common folk, so these common folk, they will have to have a commonality, irrespective of a country, irrespective of a place, irrespective of a time, and many other circumstances. It is assumed, it is believed that they will act in a particular way. That is why during 1840s to 1850s till 1860s, when we went through the some of the text and articles during that period, especially in Russia and Europe, we saw that the overall condition of these people were in a bad state. When the Tsar also took over, so he could not deal with the huge number of bureaucrats or these people who were in the government machinery, and he had to look into many facts that how to improve upon. But during that time, due to the many risings and uprisings and revolutions all around, he had to curb the dissent. So during the Tsar Nicholas I, who succeeded to the throne in 1825, the overall situation in Russian Empire was bad. Prestige was the main attraction of employment in the bureaucracy. Salaries were low. The number of clerks and other government officials was too much. But they also made this provision to not to give equal opportunity to people who came from humble background to elevated. So it is more like a scheme where only the elite or people from the privileged ground, background would succeed. That is why when we see the poor folk, we see that the characters, they are into their own life and misery, and every day is like the last day, and they have been struggling with this because of the institutional management. That is why we have to see that how the creation of these poor folk came into the mind of Dostoevsky, because the reality, because we also have to talk about this realism, the literary realism of that era, when we see these kinds of works emerging. And that is why it is like what is happening in front of you with little fantasy or imagination a writer could write. But I believe that he has given a wonderful picture and the complexity of human relation of that period, keeping in mind what is happening inside the country, what is happening all around the Europe, and bringing all the elements into his novel. That is why many people, they also considered his work as the beginning of the socialist writing in Russia. I must also say that many important events happened during that time, like the Decembrist movement happened, education reforms were done, but in the garb of only promoting the elite and the privileged one. At the same time, the many wars were fought, as well as during that time, little later, of course, Russia, in 1861, they brought the Emancipation Edict, which ended the serfdom. So these are important, events in the history of Russian Empire, Russia, where due to the effect of Industrial Revolution, the French Revolution, reforms in the education, constitution reforms, labor laws, and intermingling of the various European powers were very important events, which definitely brought into the mind of Fyodor Dostoevsky when he, planned to write this novel. And of course, when we see this, we not only see the beauty, that how he brought the picture of these different characters. I'm not going into the story because almost all of us, we know what happened in the Poor Folk. But I'm just trying to, bring the emergence of idea and concept. Why would he write such a piece at that stage? Because it is the circumstances all around us which make us to, either say something, feel something, and do something. So that is why in his own capacity, I think Fyodor Dostoevsky could do this much, because it required a lot of strength that time when the repression was there. They were sending almost every author who is dissenting to the jail, to Siberia. Even they are punishing with the death penalties. So it must have been very, very courageous of him that to write such a piece, which actually talks about not only about human condition, but also shows the mirror of that particular Russian society of that time, which opens the minds, the hearts, and they relate to such important work of Dostoevsky to the world, and we enjoy it. And it is not only of that time, during this time also, as we speak in India or in any part of the world, the poor folk all over the world, they have the same hope, they have the same likes and dislikes, they have the same aspirations, they want the same joy from the life which he talked about that time. So it is a wonderful piece, I must say, and I would like to end my presentation here with the quote from Fyodor Dostoevsky. The world say, you have needs, satisfy them. You have as much right as the rich and the mighty. Don't hesitate to satisfy your needs. Indeed, expand your needs and demand more. This is the worldly doctrine of today, and they believe that this is freedom. The result of the rich is isolation and suicide. For the poor, envy and murder. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shivaji Bhaskar. Any questions that anybody would like to put forward? Yes, Vaprosi. No, Shivaji очень коротко дал нам суть, да? Что такое идея и какой концепт, в общем-то, стоит перед этой или за этой идеей. Так что, Shivaji, if I can ask a question, I mean, do you consider this work
Sure.
as a revolutionary work? Did it create some sort of a desire in people to revolt?
Absolutely, ma'am. In a hidden manner, I must say that, because that time when we see Gogol and Pushkin being reprimanded by the SARS police, he could write such a piece and he could, ready to go to jail. But he somehow, masked it. It is not a very revolutionary piece, but actually it, initiates. It gives an idea, an impression in the mind of the common public, common people, to think about it, because there are certain features, because when we talk about religion, when we talk about SAR, when we talk about the society, they never let you revolt, because there are certain sections which always keep you holding your emotions. But when we read such pieces, because when we see the condition of the character and when we empathize with them, the people would tend to revolt. So it is definitely a piece which instigated people to revolt. But Fyodor Dostoevsky wrote it in such a manner that people not only would enjoy reading it, empathize with it, but later they would revolt also.
Thank you. Any questions, any observations, any? Yes, no? Okay. Indu? You have to mute yourself. Unmute yourself, yeah.
No, thank you. Sorry. Actually, I have this small question, like that how, like, writing about poor folks or like small money teacher, like it's in the sense it's a long trend. So in what sense it Dostoevsky diverse, and in what sense he incorporate this whole trend, whole tradition of writing in that whole tradition of on this theme. So that's if my question is clear, sir. No.
I could make out what is the different approach he employed.
Yeah, like
his writing.
Pushkin wrote like everybody wrote, like they writing, and like everybody is writing. So there's a whole tradition, and
there is a shift from romanticism, classic things, to realism, then naturalism, of course. And epistolary is such a form when the characters are communicating through letters. This is something different which was seen in his piece, something new, something refreshing, which is very realist, as if you are also there with the characters. I personally think that this is something different he attempted.
So like, does it make it more romantic, or like I don't say yeah, like to where do you place it, like because earlier text of Dostoevsky has been considered as have some hue of romanticism in it also. So where do you place in like literary form, like as you mentioned, really shift from romanticism
it's totally a literary realist text for me. I think there is no romance in this, because the brutality with which he dealt with his characters, because it is absolutely real, whatever he is writing, and they are communicating everything as if happening in front of you. And there is hope, of course, there is love, of course, but with bitterness. And the end of the novel also, we don't see happy ending, which is a common trait in romanticism. So I personally believe that realism is the main core of the work.
Thank you, sir.
We can
because we don't have much time. In fact, we have 2 papers which have been added in this session. So we can perhaps leave a little bit of a discussion towards the end of the whole thing. Yes. So now I would like to очень огромное спасибо, Shivaji, за ваш интересный доклад. Я сейчас хочу дать слово Sidru. So Sidra Anis. So her paper is Reflection of Social Issues in Fyodor Dostoevsky's work, The Little Boy at the Christ's Christmas Tree. So Sidra Anis is a research scholar, yeah, PhD research scholar at the Center of Russian Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Sidra, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Пожалуйста, даю вам слово.
Ma'am, can I share the screen?
Have you got the rights?
Wait. Share. Is this visible, ma'am?
Давайте, но сейчас только ваш полный экран виден. Ваш доклад вы должны там выбрать, да, где ваш доклад, и потом
Is it
нажать
visible?
на кнопку.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible now?
No, I can see PPT for conference, but you have to click it.
Yeah.
And then go. Yeah. So first click it and then say share screen.
Sidra, maybe you can try once again because there is some, I think your screen. So stop this sharing and then try again.
Is it visible now? No.
No. Please stop sharing the screen and then try again. Open the PPT and then try again.
Okay. Now? Is it visible?
Yeah.
The slides.
Please make it full screen.
Sidra, go to that icon slideshow right on top. Press that. You have no transitions, animations, slideshow, review on top. Press slideshow. It's there in red on your screen.
I think some. Wait.
Where you've got right on top, no PPT for conference. Below that, there are these 4 or 5.
No, I think my cursor is not working.
Very good.
Actually, it is working. You have already clicked. Now you go on the
Slide, yeah. Sure. That's it.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
So quite okay. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the title of my paper is Reflection of Social Issues in Fyodor Dostoevsky's work, The Little Boy at the Christmas Tree. One of the finest and renowned Russian classic novelist, short story writer, philosopher Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky was born on 21st October 1821 in Moscow in Orthodox Christian family. Graduated from Military Engineering Institute, Dostoevsky worked as an engineer for a short period of time, but he did not like this profession and he decided to take up writings. So in 1846, he actually came up with his first novel titled Poor Folk, which was highly appreciated by famous Russian critic Vyacheslav Belinsky, and he also described him as a new Gogol. Dostoevsky literary works explored human society and its inherent issues in the troubled political, social, and spiritual atmosphere of 19th century Russia. He has written many notable works such as Crime and Punishment, The Idiot, The Devil, White Knight, Notes from Underground, and so on. His works basically deals with the theme of crime, murder, suicide, death, suffering and pain, split personality, and so on. Even though he was not a sociologist, Dostoevsky, through his writings, tries to address many sociological relevant issues which compelled scholars from all disciplines to study or refer to his work. His observation on issues like suicide, crime, poverty, etc., has always been interesting to study. So the brief background of the story. Dostoevsky has written this story, The Boy at the Christmas Tree, in 1876, which was published in his writer's diary. The story was influenced by his acquaintance of a beggar boy who was asking for alms on the street of St. Petersburg. When Dostoevsky with his daughter Amy went to attend a Christmas tree party in St. Petersburg Artists Club. So the story revolves around the 6 years old boy who came to city with his mother. The author shows the terrible life of this child. If we talk about social issues, the social issues are an ever-present attribute of all societies, and scholars in every age and in every discipline have tried to address this through their works. Any type of social issues brings disharmony in the society, affecting different sections of people. The present story touches upon various issues such as poverty, hunger, problem of class, and so and so forth. All these issues are intertwined to each other. The problems are not specific to just Russian society, but are universal in nature. So the story begins with this 6 years old child shivering and cold and starving. So right from the very beginning of the sentence, every word that Dostoevsky uses has a significant meaning attached to it. For example, the very word cold here is used to reflect the seasonal cold and a terrible cold in Russia, well as the cold refers to the lifeless body of his dead mother. Dostoevsky, apart from drawing comparison between privileged and underprivileged, the story highlights many issues surrounding Russian society. One of the prime issues that this story deals with the problem of poverty. Poverty is present in the story through the miserable life of the protagonist and his surroundings. Instances such as the child present in the story is not properly dressed and was shivering from cold and were very hungry too. The condition of the mattress in which his dead mother was lying also gives a glimpse of poverty-stricken scenario. The mother lying in a bundle of rags shows that probably they were rags picker. An excerpt from the text. He is wrapped in a kind of a square dressing gown and is shivering. His breath issues from between his lips in white vapor. He is seated on a trunk. To pass the time, he blows the breath from his mouth and amuses himself in seeing it escape. But he is very hungry. Since morning, he has drawn near the bed covered with a straw mattress as thin as gauze, where his mother lies sick, her head resting on the bundle of rags instead of a pillow. The story, the story very well highlights another issue, that is class. The presence of the characters from both the classes makes it evident. Dostoevsky tries to highlight class issues where a society is divided into two halves, that is the rich and the poor. One hand, there exist the rich children who were laughing, playing, dancing, and it was a Christmas Eve. And on the other, his main protagonist, the poor child, who do not nothing but just looking these other halves through the window. I quote from the text. There are little children well dressed, nice and clean. They are laughing and playing, eating and drinking things. There is a little girl going to dance with a little boy. Here, how pretty she is, and there is music. I can hear it through the glass. Another very important issue that the story highlights is orphanhood. Orphanhood is a state of being when an individual is not just devoid of being parentless, but also derived of almost everything, uh, particularly if one belongs to poor sections. So the entire presentation of how the child was being afraid of the dogs, darkness, and above all, he has lost his emotional support. So Dostoevsky was concerned about these orphans. He wanted to make people realize that these writings, their responsibility to actually help these orphans, poor, helpless, homeless people in this world. So I just quote from the text. So the evening is already late and no one comes to kindle the fire. For the 10th time, he comes to wake his mother. He finds by feeling around his mother's face and is astonished that she no longer moves and that she has become as cold as the wall. For the 10th time, he come to wake his mother. He finishes by getting frightened in this darkness.
You have about 2 to 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay. While dealing with the turmoil of orphan child, Dostoevsky addressed the issue of crisis of humanity. The story depicts the cruelness of people towards this orphan child. On the one hand, there were people who were enjoying, and the other side present the child in a pitiable situation where he not only has lost his mother, but actually he is in a complete state of alienation. Starving to eat, the poor child went out on the street. He observed the houses are being decorated and the streets were highlighted, but unfortunately, this child is not a part of this world. Another instances shows the crisis of humanity in this text that the boy came to where a young boy came to him and beat him, and no one came to actually save this child, innocent child. He was paralyzed by the fear and he did not survive in this merciless world, and he at last he died. So a quote from I quote from the text: the child falls, at the same time there is a shout, and then he springs up with a bound and runs dart under a gateway somewhere and hides himself in a courtyard behind a pile of wood. He covers and shivers in his fright. He came hardly breathe. Coming to the conclusion, Dostoevsky chooses the child and his innocence to present the harsh reality of the society, and this focuses this fact the society is made of binaries like cruel and compassionate, ugly and beautiful, rich and poor, bright and dull, etc. So these binaries were also highlighted in the story by Dostoevsky when he makes a comparison between the bright light of the Christmas to the darkness of the small child's life, the delicious pancakes and the hunger that engulfs the child, etc. So the story subtly touches upon human nature. The story is ironic in many senses, such as it shows celebration of Christmas by the privileged section of the society. However, they seem to forget the main essence of the festival. They simply seem to remember Jesus Christ, but do not anymore know what his preaching was. So this was justified how in one instance in the story, the poor child is just been given some alms so that he goes away. But instead of the alms, the child actually was in need of food. The very presence of the child might remind people of the life hardship, so they prefer him to go away. The dazzle of the city life stands in sharp contrast to the life of the protagonist. The ending of the story, where the child embraced death, reflects to the fact that death brings more comfort than life. So the story, this is not just a ordeal of this little boy, but of the humanity in nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Sidra. You've given a very, short and comprehensive analysis of the story, the way you have divided it into various subtexts. Хорошо, спасибо вам большое. Есть вопросы или замечания? I think it related well to our first, the Klatchik also, what Shivaji was trying to talk about. So this became a good example of that. Yes? No, nobody has anything to say? No? Okay. Огромное спасибо, Sidra, еще раз. Тогда мы перейдем к следующему докладчику. I think Professor Gajanan, я вас приглашаю. Я знаю, что вы должны были выступить вчера, но у вас были какие-то чрезвычайные положения. So, пожалуйста, I will just please go back to your topic. Please give me a minute. Yeah. So, Professor Gajanan, he's University of Mysore.
Yeah, I'm ready.
And his topic is, Who Am I? The Seeking in the Ancient Indian Philosophy and Dostoevsky. Пожалуйста, Gajanan, приглашаю вас.
Yeah, Professor Meenakshi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. There are 47 participants. I would also like to thank the organizers, especially for giving me this opportunity. I should have presented it yesterday, but I could not due to some other.
Professor Gajanan, you gone on mute suddenly. We can't see you. Yeah.
I can see.
Okay. So you have 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Yeah, please.
Wherever it reaches 20 minutes, you just remind me, I just stop it there. It will go on otherwise. Because I prepared it for 40 minutes, but I'll try to cut it short.
I will request you to do that. Spasiba.
Now, let me come to the my paper. Just let me share the screen. Just a minute, just a minute. Is it visible? Yeah. Yes, my topic, the seeking. The seeking, who am I? In the ancient Indian philosophy and Dostoevsky. Now, in the first part, I'm going to explain how this question was answered in ancient Indian philosophy. That is approximately 3,000 years back. Then in the later part, second session, I will come to the Western ideas and how Dostoevsky tried to answer this question. Okay. Now, before starting, I would like to thank Swami Sarvapriyananda that he inspired me to choose this topic. I was just listening to his lectures on same topic, who am I? That inspired me. Then that was the time I came to know about this seminar also. So I thought rather I would take this topic, because whenever I read Dostoevsky, I used to feel that all the characters asking the same question: who are they? Or we have to ask as a reader, who are they? Who is Raskolnikov? Who is Ivan? that question, who is Kirillov? I thought, because of that, I thought this topic would be appropriate. Now, I express my deep gratitude to Sarva Priyananda, because I'm going to use his story also in my talk, in my paper. The story he uses in his lectures is about King Janaka. So let me say it as an introduction to the topic. See, Janaka, we all know he was a king, and one day his orderly comes and shouts, the enemies came and you just dress up, we have to fight. And Janaka dresses up and calls all his ministers and others, and he goes to the war front. And he fights the enemies, and in the fight, he gets defeated. He gets wounded, and he was captured. He was taken captive. Then the enemy king, he tells Janaka, because you are a great king, because of that I would kill you. But I would exile you. You should leave this country. So Janaka obeyed, and he started leaving the country. 2 days. There was no food. His own countrymen did not give him any food because the king, the new king, was so dangerous. And he somewhat managed 2 days and crossed the border of his own country. Then he reached the other country. Fortunately, there he finds somebody giving food to orphans or beggars. There he stood in the queue, and unfortunately, that moment he reached the counter, the food was over. The man over there took pity on him, and he almost cleaned all the vessels and got a little bit of food and just gave it to Janaka in a bowl. He was about to take it, eat. Immediately a kite somewhere from the sky came down and knocked the bowl out. Again, he sat there in despair. Oh God. Suddenly he got up, and suddenly then his orderly asked, Maharaj, what happened? What happened? In your dream, you were shouting. So what I narrated you is a dream. It's a dream of King Janaka. After the dream, he started repeating. So it is in Hindi in the story, but I would say in English. Is that true, or is this true? He meant whether the world he saw in the dream was true, whether the world he is now, he is around, whether that is true. Wo sach hai or ye sach hai. He kept on repeating it, even couple of days, as if he has gone out of mind. Then ministers came, his wife and all other people came, and he's still repeating the same thing. Is that true, or is this true? Mean the world he saw in the dream true, or the world he is living now is truth? Then there comes this Ashtavakra. He is again a sage, known in Hinduism, in Upanishads. He is supposed to be an intelligent sage. And he came to know about the situation of Janaka, came to the court, met Janaka. Janaka knew him, and he asked Prabhu, Maharaj. He knows. The other people, around Janaka, do not know what exactly happened. But Ashtavakra, he knows that. So he asked Janaka, Maharaj, whether, now you are here, the world you have seen in your dream. He doesn't use the word dream. That word you have seen, does it exist here? Only he and Janaka, they understand. And Maharaj says, Janaka says, no, that world is not here. Then he asked again, Maharaj, this world, the world you see around you, your wife, our ministers, all, your parivar, all are here. This world, is this world was there? No, sorry. Was this world there in your dream world? When you were fighting the enemies, when you were captured, when you were wounded, when you were almost begging, did this world exist? That world. Then he says, no, this world was not there. When I got defeated, I was undergoing all this turmoil, this world was not there. Then Ashtavakra says, Maharaj, that world is not true, neither that world is truth, nor this world is truth. Both the worlds are untrue. And Ashtavakra doesn't stop there. He further adds, Maharaj, were you there in that world, in a dream world? Maharaj says, yes, I was there. And then again he asks, are you here in this world, the world around you, the present world? The Maharaj says, yes, I'm here. Yes, Maharaj, only you are the truth. Not the dream world, not the, what we call in philosophy, vacant world, this world. Both are Maya. Only you are the truth. Now let us go to the same thing. You keep in mind this story, and then we can analyze what they call it, the Mandukya Upanishads.
So there is, you have 10 minutes more, okay?
10 minutes more, yeah. I will stop immediately.
Yeah.
And who am I? It is how it is answered. This question is answered in Mandukya Upanishad. In Mandukya Upanishad, Mandukya Upanishad itself is a smallest Upanishad among 118 Upanishads. It is only 12 slokas, but it is supposed to be the toughest. Now here we have, you keep in mind that Janaka's story. Now in that light we can see our screen here, the first stage where Janaka was alive. So like we all are in an awakened state. That is the first stage. An ordinary individual, a human being, undergoes these three stages. One is awakened stage. We all live. The next is second stage. That is a dream world, which Janaka had in the dream. A world created by his own mind. Now, third state is the deep sleep. In the deep sleep, he doesn't know anything. It is a deep sleep. The individual doesn't know anything. What we say, like I slept like a log of wood. That's sleep. These three we all know. We all undergo it. We experience these three stages. Now, come to these three stages again. Now, let us see the first stage. Is the first stage what we see, what all we see are true? Suppose I'm here now speaking, Professor Gajana. Am I Professor Gajana? What am I? So first it may appear I'm Gajana, Professor Gajana, but no, that is not true. I was maybe a couple of years back, I was just a student of JNU. Then I was a boy of maybe a 20-year-old. Then I have another past also. All these stages, the present, the vacant stages, Gajanan undergoes all these, underwent all these different stages and reached this stage. And tomorrow I will be another person. So I keep, Professor Gajanan keeps changing. So this is also not true. But we can imagine, this is the crust of this article. We can imagine there is another sense of Gajanan, but that cannot be described. That consciousness we can call, that consciousness that sees a Gajanan of 5-year-old boy, Gajanan as a JNE student, or Gajanan as a professor. That doesn't undergo any change. That is, it is very difficult for an ordinary man to perceive that. Okay? And now come to the second stage, second state. Again, when you are in dream world, who sees all this? The Janaka's flight. This fourth state, that pure conscience, that pure conscience watches Janaka's flight into this dream world. Then suppose we are in deep sleep state. Again, the fourth state, that pure conscience, that sees that also. See us in our deep sleep. So this fourth state is called Turiya. Turiya means fourth state, that's all, nothing else. Now, let us see what is Turiya. Literally means fourth stage, that all. Now, what is Turiya? And in that sloga, this is an 8th sloga. It says, you are not one in the awakened state. Like I'm not, that Turiyam is not the Janaka, the king. And you are not the one in the dream state. That also not. You are not in between the above. That also true. You are not the one in deep sleep state. The Turiya. You are not a sort of supernatural being. You are not a god or something. You are not any sort of material that can be perceived. I'm just rushing through. Then, if that is the case, then what you are? The fourth is Turiya. You are invisible. That the pure conscience which sees everything. You are invisible. That Turiya cannot be seen. You are ineffable. You cannot be described using words. You are intangible. You cannot be touched or felt. You are devoid of any characteristics. You cannot be described. You don't have any qualities to be described. You are inconceivable. You cannot be imagined or construed, what you are, through some logic. You cannot be defined also. That is the pure conscience, the fourth stage, Turiya. Then, again, what you exactly are. You are the soul essence, being the consciousness of its own self. We say it's a pure conscience. This word cannot be defined even in dictionary. They find it very difficult to define what is conscience. Even Now there are a lot of studies going on. Now you are utterly quiet. That pure conscience is always quiet, peaceful, blissful, without any disturbance. The most important Advaita, without any other. There is no other dual. You are the Atma. You are the soul. That is you. I think I'm running in almost 20 minutes. Now, here again it comes to again another Upanishad. That thou art. The question is answered here. Who am I or who he is? That thou art. Here that is the supreme, what you can say, if I use the word Brahman, people feel it's a religious touch. It is the essence of the existence. The world starts with that energy, the source of energy. Each individual is that essence, existence. No need to use Brahman. Generally in Hindu mythology, Hindu religious texts, we use Brahman. Need not we use that word. We can use, that is the energy, the existence of the source of this universe. That there is no other truth, reality besides Brahman. Besides this, the source of what is the origin of this universe. In the beginning, there was existence alone. That is one only, without a second. Out of himself emerged the universe. He entered into every being and everything. So that essence, that pure consciousness, whatever we call it, the Brahman, that is there in all other, whatever is found exists in this universe. He is the self.
I'm sorry to
The universe is the manifestation of Brahman, wherein all have their source. Now, let me stop here. At least I could,
I know. I'm sorry that you could not give us the, the concept of what Dostoevsky says of who am I, but we are really running short of time.
Yes, madam. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you. I'll stop here. I'm sorry, I could not present it yesterday. So all that maybe if it is published, then we can try. Thank once again.
You can keep, one lecture just by itself. And that would be interesting. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, we can have a brief 2-minute session for any question and answer. Davaitse, yes, yes. Can we just summarize this and say, I am the present moment? Is there any way that one can say that, Professor Gajanan? My question, I am the present moment.
No. What we say, that is not the ultimate truth. You are at the present moment, you are. Nilakshi Suryanarayanan. But you are of, say, your age, maybe. But tomorrow, or the moment we speak, you change.
Yes, so every minute.
And you were not the same Nilakshi yesterday.
Yeah, sure.
So
what we say, point, I am the present moment.
Yes, that is only for a moment. That keeps changing. That keeps changing. Yeah. But we are telling this is not the ultimate truth. Nilakshi, you do not remain the same as Nilakshi forever. If you can remain as Nilakshi, then it's the ultimate truth.
Okay, thank you. I think this requires a discussion, and so maybe we can. I want to thank you very much for actually having taken the time and come out today to give this talk. Spasiba ogromne. And
Thank you.
if there are no questions, please, I think we can move on to the next speaker. Professor Gajanan, can you stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, I stop.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now I would like to request, just 1 minute, please. I think Madam Lyudmila Karpenka, госпожа Людмила Карпенко, я вас приглашаю тогда выступить с докладом. Пожалуйста, извините, но у меня нет с собой ваша тема. Вы можете?
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
И госпожа Мейлакша Сураньялян. Думаю, вы вспоминаете, как мы 2 года назад познакомились.
Да, конечно.
Да. Ну, почему нет доклада? Потому что у меня был ковид. И я написала в оргкомитет, что у меня ковид, но я доклад прочитаю. Ну, подумал оргкомитет, что, наверное, не смогу читать. На самом деле еще не до конца оправилась, но доклад приготовила, мне интересно выступить. Буду на 2 языках, и на английском, и на русском. Вот презентация у меня на английском языке здесь есть. Сейчас, только видите, что-то... Сейчас у меня потемнел экран.
Is there any problem, Sonu?
I think from her side, from Ludmila ma'am's side, I think there is some issue.
Yes, ma'am, I think there is some issue from their
Should
side.
we move to the next speaker then, and then we'll call her after?
Yes, ma'am, I think that can be the option.
I think Ludmila was just trying to share the presentation or something. It happened. Anyway, who is next?
I would, then I'm inviting Shalini C. She is Assistant Professor, Vidyasharan First Grade College from Mysore, Karnataka. Shalini, are you there?
I think you have to unmute yourself, Shalini ma'am.
And the topic of her presentation is socio-political background of Dostoevsky and confluence of this in his works. Shalini, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, pожалуйста.
A very good evening to everyone present here. Hope you all are doing great. Yes, I'm Dr. Shalini. Yes, I had actually requested for a correction in my initial. It is Dr. Shalini, yes. So, yes, I'm working as an assistant professor in Vidyashram First Grade College, Mysore, Karnataka. So Professor Gajanan, who presented his paper here, was my PhD guide, and I'm very happy to be presenting my paper before him. So my topic is, I have taken a deviation from my topic slightly, because I want to, like, as I wrote the article, I started concentrating more on this Crime and Punishment written by Fyodor Dostoevsky. So my topic would be Precision Exhibited in Crime and Punishment novel by Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky. So this paper actually deals with Dostoevsky's style of presenting crime and punishment, wherein he uses realism and dramatic scenes. This acclaimed him the title a dramatic novelist. The various dialogic style he uses, the balance, the narrative techniques, the plot type, symbols, everything. Okay, so all these make his novels very unique. It also describes the compositional balance, the literary techniques that he has used, the texture, the analysis, the dramatic scenes and all. So everything is really very innovative that is used by Dostoevsky. So in this novel, Dostoevsky portrays the mood of suspense and anticipation, like in any very good crime fiction. So coming to the paper, Russians actually have a very great tradition of presenting first-class literature in English literature. So this quality has been passed from generation to generation. By studying their literature, we can actually get a lot of information about their culture, the life they led, and the religion, all these. So after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia slowly opened up towards the Western world. So there was Western influence, and now it has become one of the superpowers in politics, business, and culture everywhere. So Dostoevsky lived in the period of Tsar dynasty, and the horrors of the periods influenced this writer. Like he's the great master, I can say. Fyodor Dostoevsky lived in this corrupt Russia and survived the horrors of this period. That is, during 19th century, it is considered as the golden century of Russian literature, because the great masters who lived in this period were during that time. In addition to Dostoevsky, we have Pushkin, we have other major poets who lived during that period. Leo Tolstoy, who was one of the greatest masters, also lived in the same period, and he conquered the world of literature through his novels like War and Peace, Anna Karenina, all these. Fyodor Dostoevsky used this St. Petersburg, like the city only, as a background for all his novels, because this city is the hallmark of Russian culture and lifestyle, you can say. The novel Underground Man, in the novel Underground Man, Dostoevsky describes St. Petersburg as the world's most artificial city. Like in the novel Crime and Punishment, St. Petersburg is actually compared to the mental dilemma of a protagonist, Raskolnikov. Individualization of his characters, like even the minor characters he exhibits it in a great style. The concreteness that he gives them, that is in his minor characters, is actually one of the main assets to his novels. A dramatic persona has a specific function in the plot, and also the development of the arguments, the ideological arguments, the philosophical arguments that he develops in his novels. It's actually a great thing. The Dostoevskian character has a personality and a story of himself. He has his own ideology. Like critics comment on Dostoevsky's art of characterization as, to quote from one of the quotations, Dostoevsky has created a man who is singular yet universal. So he is someone with whom we can sympathize, empathize. Like the characters of Dostoevsky, the person who has quoted is talking about. So we can sympathize, empathize, and pity, even if we cannot relate to his action. So Dostoevsky makes a big error in his use of character names. Instead of using the characters' first names, he uses their first, middle, surname, and different names, the diminutive forms and all. So in different combinations. So this actually confuses the readers, as they do not know who is doing what, because many of the names are similar even in the characters and they are not related. Okay, so once he uses the first name, once he uses the diminutive form, so it's slightly difficult for us to understand who is doing what. So Dostoevsky goes a little overboard in the usage of his minor characters. Few examples are like Razumihin, like like the meaning is that it is reason or intellect or something like that. Or probably if it is Zametov, that is somebody who notices. Or Marmeladov, somebody who is a sort of candy or marmalade kind of person. Luzhin, that is from Luza, means like a puddle, who is like in a bad sense he uses. Then Svidrigailov is the name of a wicked prince from a Russian fairy tale. So all these are the quotes to his, I'm relating to the names that he has used. So Dostoevsky's frame of mind in this Crime and Punishment it's actually brooding. It's very contemplative. The person who reads actually can contemplate on this. For most of the novel, the reader lives in the consciousness of Raskolnikov. Raskolnikov is actually introspective and very gloomy. Okay, so a mood of suspense, and you can see the anticipation is created as in any good crime fiction. Okay, so there are moments of extreme horror also at the same, like when you look at the murder, when you go through the murder, it is actually extreme horror. When the other characters die by accident or suicide or prolonged illness or whatever. Okay, so extreme horror can be seen over there. A sense of panic and terror. You feel shaken when you read that those lines. Okay, so these also create nightmares or maybe a kind of claustrophobic effect on the person. Like it haunts him after he commits the crime, after the person who is committing the crime has done it. Okay, so Dostoevsky is recognized as a writer of superior ability, and German philosopher Nietzsche describes him as a man of great psychological ability. The novels of Dostoevsky describes the life of ordinary people. Like we saw fellow presenters quoting this also, like the novels of Dostoevsky, what the novels of Dostoevsky presented. Okay, so the life of ordinary people who lived in Russia in those times, he could actually, he could easily stimulate the readers with its anecdotes, then the rational thinking and all. It was very easy for him to stimulate. So many of his characters, to speak, they underwent psychological change during their lifetime. So this kind of novel, the kind of novels that came under the category like psychological realism. Okay, so Dostoevsky is considered as one of the best writers who wrote in his own style. The Weltanschauung of Dostoevsky, Weltanschauung is a German word I'm using here. So Weltanschauung of Dostoevsky is actually influenced by the living conditions of Russia of his times. The rulers of Russia the ruler of Russia was Peter the Great, and he was an admirer of the European, the Western way of life. Okay, he wanted to change Russia into a modern country. Like maybe England, France, or anything like that. But the old lifestyle of Russia had more supporters among the ordinary people of Russia. So there was great disparity in the society wherein Dostoevsky lived in Russia. So the poor people lived the life of true slaves only because of the serfdom system. It was in practice. So they worked all their life for their masters, and they were not even fed, and they did not even have their clothes properly. So they were treated just like animals. Like many of Dostoevsky's contemporaries, he also was very sensitive towards the lives of people who surrounded him. So he became a socialist and acted against the government. Okay, so this Underground Man is one of the best discussed novels of Dostoevsky. Like this novel discusses the hopeless life of unemployed youth in the Russian cities. So they had no money, no place to stay, there is no shelter, no prospect of getting married or leading a family, extending their family, nothing like that. Okay, so there is no growth at all. So in this novel, the personal experiences of Dostoevsky are reflected by the protagonist's sufferings. So this novel transforms Dostoevsky from a psychological observer to a social reformer. So there was a message given in each of his novels. Okay, some of the novels of Dostoevsky introduce complex characters, like we can see in Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment. So Raskolnikov had a split personality with evil and goodness fighting inside his mind only for gaining supremacy. Like one of the characters wanted to have a upper hand. Okay, so he justifies the murder what he has committed on the ground. The woman he murdered was so bad that she had no right to live because of what crimes she was committing. He considers the work done by that lady as a crime only. So Raskolnikov feels that by killing the pawnbroker, he had removed a harmful insect from the society. Like another example, I would like to quote.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr.
Yes,
Shalini. Would you please try to wrap up in 2-3 minutes? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. I'll do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll quote 1 or 2 examples and wrap it up. Thank you. So another example I would like to quote here is that of Sonia, the character of Sonia. In spite of she being a prostitute, she always displays human traits, the humanity what she expresses. She raises to the level of a heroine of that novel because of her attitude and willingness to help others. She even becomes the main personality behind the redemption of Raskolnikov, the changes what Raskolnikov undergoes. Okay, so this is the reason why Dostoevsky never refers to her as a prostitute, but uses other euphemistic languages in order to describe her. Okay. So coming to the title of Crime and Punishment, it is actually very simple, elegant, and very straightforward. You can understand it's like a mini summary of the novel. Okay, so the title focuses on the 2 crucial ideas being explored on every page. So it is very small and it is self-explanatory, you can say. So this title is actually translated from Russian language, that is Prestuplenie Nakazani. Okay, so the third that is a edition of the novel notes that this Russian word is actually closely related to transgression. Okay, so this word crime, it is the crime is actually it is very crude, that is shown in this novel. So crime comes before punishment. Okay, and the same thing happens in the novel. Like whatever crime he has committed, the punishment is like before he could have any punishment under the law, he has punishment in his mind only, in his heart only. The fight that goes on between those two, the goodness and the evilness that is there. Okay. So if you go to the close examination of the epilogue and the rest of the novel reveals that there is a connection between the two. Okay, the psychological and that is in use in aesthetic sense. Okay, So this epilogue is actually much criticized. Like usually it is misunderstood aspect of Dostoevsky's novel. It is much important to understand the story and then the central themes. Then you get the proper picture of crime and punishment. So Raskolnikov moves from a state of Russian, like he was a nihilist person, and he finally admits his crime. What a transformation that he has undergone. So the epilogue serves to exemplify how the love between Raskolnikov and Sonia has, that is the core of the story, that changed, the love changed this person, like it gives a transformation to Raskolnikov. So it is the focal point, and without this, the story would not have been successful. Okay, so without the epilogue, the story would actually be very open-ended, and it would have been like it would not be complete, you can say. Okay, so it is loaded with repetition of stories, images, ideas, all these, and Dostoevsky's observation in this tone of voice, the gestures, the dialogues, whatever it is. Okay, so it's very stylistic. Okay, it is a test of patience and the reading skills. Okay, so the multi-page paragraphs means they are not short paragraphs, they are multi-page paragraphs actually. Okay, they are of different voices and perspectives. Yeah, since I'm running short of time, I would it would be incomplete if I don't quote Bakhtin here, but still since we are running short of time, I would like to wrap it up here. Like when I send it for present publishing, it would be in detail now. Yes, thank you so much. I would thank the organizers for providing me such a great opportunity for presenting my paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shalini. I must say that your detailed description has actually really made us relive this novel in these 20 minutes, because you really covered all aspects of the novel very fast and very eruditely. If there are any questions, please, most welcome. Anybody would like to ask something? For those of us who have read the novel, of course, we have relived it right now through the presentation of Dr. Shalini. But for those of you who have not read the novel, some students who are sitting here, I think this is an impetus for you. You know, she gave you a very quick run through of most aspects of the novel. So it's an impetus for all of you to actually read it, because it is a great work. There's no doubt about it. So much has been written about it, so many years, and we're still talking about this novel.
Personally, one of my favorite novels.
Yes, yes. So nobody has anything to say? Okay, then let's move on to the next person.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I would like to now call our colleague from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Center of Russian Studies, Dr. Ajay Kumar Karnati. Приглашаю вас, пожалуйста. Тема вашего доклада – это стилистические и структурные особенности при развязке романа «Преступление и наказание» Достоевского по сопоставлению с его английским переводом. So we again have Crime and Punishment, but a different aspect of it, translation in English, right? Please.
Thank you, ma'am. I thought the ma'am Karpenka is back, or is she not there? Anyways, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I hope light is not okay.
Sorry, she is back, but we will take her next. Yeah.
Yeah. Вот это было первое, в общем-то, русское произведение, которое я читал после подготовительного факультета РУДИа. То есть тогда это наш университет назывался еще университетом Патриса Лумумби, имени Патриса Лумумби в Москве. Через год уже я умел уже читать и понять уже на русском языке. Вот тогда это произведение «Преступление и наказание» было такое, что после того, как я читал, уже под этим влиянием, я где-то полтора месяца уже был под влиянием этого романа. Опять, когда уже для того, чтобы посмотреть структурные особенности этого романа, структурные особенности Федора Михайловича Достоевского, вот, мне опять уже я вспомнил, как трогательно вообще здесь внутренняя страдания Раскольникова, как здесь описывается. Вот как раз подумал делать так называемый типологический анализ. Типологический анализ, то есть анализ с точки зрения типологической классификации или типологической лингвистики, которые, конечно, эта лингвистика, то есть системная лингвистика была разработана, начиная с Гумбольда, Вильгельма фон Гумбольда, потом уже Средневского, еще Потебня и Бодуэн Куртене. Вот в этом прошлом веке еще вот у нас у меня был руководитель Геннадий Прокопович Мельников. Под его руководством я стал изучать языки с точки зрения типологической классификации. Попробую уже показать вам свой доклад. Я написал доклад на английском языке, но объяснять я буду на русском языке. И написал на английском языке для того, чтобы в дальнейшем уже, если удается, если разрешается от меня хотелось издавать эту статью, мне показалось, что вот задача, которую я ставил передо мной, это уже для презентации, то есть для того, чтобы читать доклад, это хорошо. Но это лучше будет для того, чтобы издавать самую статью. Ну, я стараюсь вам показать, если успею. Так.
You have 10 minutes.
Да, хорошо.
You're already...
Заканчиваю, заканчиваю. Так. Вот, я уже об этом уже говорил, что такое, вот русский язык уже по-другому это называется типологическая классификация или морфологическая классификация языков. Вот я хотел посмотреть некоторые структурные особенности русского языка по сопоставлению с английским языком, то есть его переводом. Как раз я и выбрал развязку. Я думаю, что это правильное слово для того, чтобы посмотреть. Вот, я не знаю, я не литературовед, я стараюсь, в общем-то, заниматься русским языком уже с другой точки зрения. Вот. Сейчас покажу вам следующее самое. Да. Так, давай. Хорошо. Да, и здесь, вот смотрите, вот на левой стороне русское в оригинале, вот показывает тут. Вот Раскольников, вот перед тем, конечно, поступал делать свое преступление, вот он приходит, он говорит: здравствуйте, Алена Ивановна. Вот это передается уже на английском языке good evening, Алена Ивановна. Вот я подумал, мне показалось, знаете, вот Алена Ивановна, вот когда мы говорим Алена, вот, здравствуйте, Алена.
У вас презентация не двигается, стоит только на первой страничке.
Да, я уже показал, вам видно, презентация видно, да?
Презентация видна, но только первая страница. И дальше вы хотите показать примеры, правда?
Я уже примеры показываю.
Нет.
Пример.
Sir, just you need to share it again. Share the full screen one, which is on the presentation mode. Currently, the general presentation is open.
Okay, full screen.
Just thumbnails.
How to share screen, full screen one. The presentation. I couldn't understand.
Sir, share the entire screen. The first option on the left side when you click on share.
Share, okay. Share entire screen. It's entire. I don't see any entire. Oh,
Just screen would be written, sir. Screen on the first option. When you click on green button share, on the left side, first option is screen.
Screen first option. Actually, share sound. Basic.
Not this one. So in basic tab.
Basic tab.
Yeah. In basic tab, first option will be screen.
Just click it and then.
Joyce, first just share the screen like you shared right now in the beginning.
Yeah.
We can't. Yeah. Just open it now.
Yeah.
Now go to the left. Go to the left corner.
Left corner. Yeah.
See, there's written slideshow on top.
Yeah, I know that. I know
Yeah,
that.
now it is visible.
Is it visible? Okay. Так, вот здесь как передается как раз то, что написано, вот передается. Good evening, Alена Ivановna. So, здравствуйте, since it doesn't have any kind of equivalent, so I can understand it has expressed good evening. But Alena Ivanovna, that is with a respect по-русски уже тут уже it's doesn't convey the exact cultural nuance of what is there available in for a Russian speaker for Russian language. So the suggestion is this could have been replaced with a ma'am and what. Дальше смотрим, вот, Господи, да чего вам, кто такой, что вам угодно, вот. Could have, тут здесь вот, не знаю, может быть, тогда переводчикам нельзя было переводить Господи как God, я не знаю, может быть, это причина. Мне показалось, о май God, вот, тут уже можно было бы так написать, передавать такое, вот, дальнейшее, вот, помилуйте, Алена Ивановна, вот такое, а тут уже переводится почему-то why Алена Ивановна, why, тут мне показалось, it would have been better, excuse me, instead of why. Вот посмотри, и он протягивал ей вклад. Вот этот заклад, вот это переводилось, в общем-то, как pledge. Мне почему-то вот это слово, не знаю, почему это переводчик выбрал такое слово. Вот в этом переводе уже, вот, and he held out the pledge, A for her to see, вот тут уже пропускается. Вот такое. Еще I would like to tell you, I hope students are listening my presentation. As a Russian language is an inflectional language. It has, whenever the translation is done in English, more words are actually have to be used because English is an analytical language. Здесь слова такие, смотри, она так не говори, ни слова еще с полминуты, то он бы уезжал от нее. Вот такое выражение. Вот. The use of Russian here, Dostoevsky, further we have Dostoevsky using imperative form. In the place of third person singular conjugated form, forced the translator to use 10 extra words in order to express the inner feelings of Raskolnikov. Few minutes just before committing the crime, which would read now by millions of the people in the world. So this way, смотри, она так не говори, такая возможность есть у флексивных языков, где возможно пропускать это самое подлежащее. Так. Да что так вы смотрите? Точно не узнали? Проговорил он вдруг, проговорил. Вот посмотрите, проговорил. Вот проговорить, это произвести или говорить на какой-то отрезок времени. Вот здесь, this verb has a lot of weight in this situation, as Raskolnikov never wanted to say anything like that. It becomes obvious in the following dialogues. На следующем диалоге. Вот хотите верить, а нет, к другим пойду. Хотите верить. In this construction, advantages of influence structure is seen. Вот хотите верить, второе лицо не обязательно здесь употреблять, потому что флективный строй русского языка дает такую возможность, мы понимаем. Вот где вот omission of the subject is actually it's very easily possible. Дальше. Посмотри, вот следующее, вот здесь хорошо. Вот это, извините, он и не думал это сказать, а так само вдруг выговорилось. Само выговорились, just 2 words were conveyed by five words in English because of the, it's not easy to find out equivalent for само выговорилось. Вот. Дальше старуха опомнилась. Вот. This, the old woman recollected. Many should better. It is not easy to find English equivalents for Russian reflective verbs. Когда на русском языке употребляется возвратные глаголы, очень трудно, легко не получается передать значение этих глаголов на английском языке, так как это трудно получается. Вот здесь еще хотел бы, например, посмотреть вам, да, чего же ты, батюшка, как вдруг, вот, что такое, спросила, смотрите, здесь, да чего же ты, батюшка, тут уже, вот это наша Алена не понимает, как его вообще, как обращаться к человеку незнакомому, хотя он живет, он уже долго у нее, она не понимает, как отнести к этому, на ты и на вы. Вот. Here, батюшка can be conveyed. Батюшка is, конечно, уже устаревшее слово, that which is means now, батюшка, now some people are using to actually for papa, but now it's also another meaning like, я бы, мне показалось, что современный Достоевский употреблял бы дорогой мой. Батюшка, это уже устаревшее слово. Да что вы какой бледный. Вот тут уже, вот она смотрит на его в глаза, смотрит, что вы какой бледный. Вот и руки дрожат. Испугался, что ли? И здесь посмотрите, вот эта женщина, вот иногда обращается к Раскольникову на вы, иногда на ты. И здесь выражается, конечно, как она не понимает, как соотнести этому человеку. Вот эти все нюансы, вот такие языки, которые возможны, доступны на оригинале, уже теряются, когда уже переведен этот, вот эти такие мысли на английском языке. А такое вот это вы и ты, по-моему, на языке хинди лучше получается. Вот, for instance, here, what she expressed her concern to him with we. Again, the next dialogue, she questions him.
Please, 2 минуты давайте закругляйтесь, хорошо?
Да, хорошо, ma'am. We'll do that. What is nice, what I would like to emphasize that all these nuances can only be observed in its original. Thus, Russian knowing people are privileged to actually enjoy the Russian literature in the original. Я уже советую каждый день, своим студентам, ребята, пожалуйста, читайте. Это для вас большая возможность, так как вы уже знаете русский язык, читать вот, на русском языке это не всем получается. Вот еще на последний пример, вот ни одного мига нельзя было терять более. Вот, он уже готовится к совершению преступления. Вот, и здесь миг, ни одного мига, вот, you had not a minute more to lose. Вот, мне показалось, что вот этот миг, это уже не минута. Ни одного мига has been conveyed by minute, which doesn't exactly match with the original. Вот, I tried to actually find out equivalent for mig. Hindi pal maybe suit here, but English, I don't know. I haven't actually come across. Maybe meek, but is minute don't exactly match over there. Вот но так вот как только он раз спустил топор, тут родилась в нем сила. Посмотрите тут. But as soon as he had once brought the axe down, his strength is this, there is nothing wrong in English translation over here, except the impact of Russian reflective verb. I mean to say that влияние вот такого, влияние возвратного глагола тут уже теряется на переводе. Поэтому мне показалось, что вот это с точки зрения типологической классификации, если мы подходим, если мы можем применять такую классификацию, если мы применяем такой подход при преподавании русского языка и литературы, это будет проще для того, чтобы объяснять, почему на русском языке такое, а почему на английском языке такое невозможно. Если такой подход мы можем применять при преподавании русской грамматики, литературы, это будет полезнее для нас, для всех, для учащихся студентов. Спасибо вам большое.
Спасибо, Джой. У вас очень интересные примеры, и, конечно, нам не все было видно, но я надеюсь, что к следующему разу, и если будет побольше времени, то можно будет еще получше обсуждать все. Пожалуйста, есть вопросы? Есть вопросы или замечания? You said MIG. Can one translate MIG as flash of a second?
Слышно сейчас? Слышно сейчас? Я бы сказала несколько слов в поддержку этого доклада. Это был очень важный доклад. Действительно, русский язык в переводе на английский очень много теряет, русский текст. Но особенно Достоевский. У Достоевского вот это психоэмоциональное содержание героев, оно все переходит через экспрессию слов экспрессивных. То есть в словообразовании это русские суффиксы уменьшительности, ласкательности. Вот это вы сейчас приводили пример батюшка, да, но это совершенно невозможно передать на английский язык. Ну как это? Старый человек, это же не старый человек, но ведь даже старец, старичок, или старенький, или старушка, старица, девочка и девица, это вообще все невозможно передать.
Да, это батюшка уже как бы...
Это невозможно. Лексические вещи тоже многие передать невозможно. И ну вот я немножко сейчас говорю, потому что то же самое в моем докладе. Не все вообще в английском тексте получает отражение, даже название произведения «Подросток» невозможно передать. Это или undertaken, но «подросток» — это не undertaken. Здесь используется корень «росток», «расти», и идея произведения связана с этим корнем. А the adolescent or undertaken ничего такого не содержит. Поэтому, конечно, очень большие потери при переводе, и надо читать в оригинале. Я совершенно согласна с главной идеей.
Спасибо вам большое. Да, мне вот думаю, что я всегда говорю, что каждый период это уже другое создание, это уже другое создание уже. Да, спасибо вам большое. Да.
Спасибо вам за доклад.
Людмила Карпенко, да? Госпожа, вы у нас следующий докладчик, мы вас потеряли почему-то.
Я тоже потеряла. И вот, к сожалению, сейчас, госпожа Нелакши, у меня моя презентация куда-то спряталась. Мне ее надо тогда искать в моих материалах и подводить. Или читать без презентации, как вы скажете. У меня только что... Я один раз уже прочитала свой доклад на английском языке с презентацией, показывала каждую картиночку, но сейчас в конкретный данный момент у меня презентация с экрана ушла, ее надо разыскивать или не терять время и читать без презентации. Как вы скажете?
Как вы хотите, но от вас еще какой-то дополнительный звук, когда вы говорите, который мешает. Я не знаю, это с вашей стороны.
Дает фон такой, ноутбук, он немножко шумит и дает такой звук, его убрать уже невозможно. Его убрать невозможно. Наверное, Вот я сейчас демонстрацию экрана открываю, здесь презентации моей нет. Если я буду искать, на это уйдет минуты 3, потому что я должна выйти в свои файлы.
Может быть, если вы согласитесь, мы тогда пригласим другого вот следующего докладчика, и вы можете после него, да?
Хорошо, да, договорились.
Это
Да.
хорошо, договорились тогда. Хорошо. Тогда сейчас я приглашаю нашего уважаемого Сону Сейни, да? Assistant Professor, Center of Russian Studies. Ну, все знают Сону, конечно. И у него доклад «Бедные люди» в переводе на языке хинди «Наши впечатления». Пожалуйста, Сону.
Спасибо большое, профессор Нелакши. Хотел бы сделать. Скажите, пожалуйста, на полный экран видно моя презентация?
Да.
И изменяется, да?
Меняется.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Так, вот тема как произведение «Бедные люди» в переводе на языке хинди и наши впечатления. Я 2 либо 3 года назад прочитал это произведение, и мне очень понравилось, но когда я прочитал его перевод, то есть в оригинале было очень приятно прочитать язык Достоевского, и когда прочитал в переводе, который был опубликован в 2016 году, мне немножко было грустновато. И я решил, чтобы поделиться таким своим опытом, своим комментарием с нашим участником, и поэтому решил вот этот доклад. О романе, наверное, все знают, что это произведение написано в форме писем, то есть эпистолярный такой роман, и наш коллега Шивади Бхаскар и тоже говорил об этом романе. Можно пропустить этого, и прямо можно пойти к конкретному примеру. Так, вообще, статьи, я когда написал эту статью, вот этот доклад, и я старался найти подобные такие доклады или статьи, но, к сожалению, я не мог найти. Даже более 200 журналов, которые я прочитал, там не были такие статьи, которые обычно комментируют, то есть анализируют какие-то произведения в переводе. Ну, хотя есть некоторые диссертации, но все-таки статьи, которые конкретно где-то критика, где-то похвалит, вот это вообще так-то не мог найти, но недавно, когда я обсуждался с одним старшим коллегой, то вот он сообщил, что есть такой Бананенков, который написал когда-то в 1959 году прошлого века вот такую же статью, но я еще не мог найти его, но просто нашел его данные. Вот свое изучение мы разделили в разные типологии. Типология – это ошибки в переводе, дословный перевод, неуместные фразы на хинди, англицизм и обложка. Первое, вот это ошибка в переводе. Вот в романе более как-то 200 раз повторяется слово «маточка». И вот это слово «маточка» это означается «дорогой» либо «дорогая». А здесь как-то в переводе перевел его как «ма». «Ма» значит «мать», то есть «мама». Наверное, вот когда я прочитал его первый раз, мне было нормально, но когда это было опять и опять, тогда мне как-то это столкнулось, что затем человек говорит своей любовнице как мать, или как мама, почему так он пишет, почему так он зовет. И узнал, когда прочитал и глубже, то узнал, что это слово «маточка», не «матушка». Слово «маточка», который, как и вчера тоже говорили, что наши коллеги, что Достоевский, о Достоевском уже созданы разные словари. И вот это слово тоже был найден Достоевским. То есть «маточка» – это значит так, уменьшательная, так сказать, ласкательная форма к вот, «дорогой». То есть как девушка дорогая. И, наверное, это как ложные друзья перевода, и, может быть, вот оттуда он как-то путал и вот так написал. Еще такие же вот ошибки. Например, он есть слово как «моя дочечка» в оригинале. Еще, да, вот если вы смотрите, вот еще вот это произведение было приведено в 1984 году прошлого века, там это написано в правильном виде, то есть как «Мири Прия». Да, вот так, таким образом. И вот еще вот к фразу «моя дочечка», которую вот он обращает к своей любовнице, дословно было переведено как «Мери бачи». Хотя на языке хинди мы так не говорим. Мы не говорим просто как «моя дочечка». То есть для этого мы могли бы вот написать вот такие фразы, один из данных фраз, то есть как «мериджане ман», «мериджана», «мериджан», «мериджану», «меричанда» и так далее. То есть есть большой список, который можно было бы принять в этом контексте. Дословный перевод вообще в романе было полно, то есть везде специально фразы переведены просто так, как и они на русском языке, то есть как в оригинале. Например, один из таких примеров, вот у него не было лица на плече. Переведено как «Uske kandhe par chehra nahi tha». Дословно так, как и на русском языке. Хотя, когда вот я прочитал на хинди, мне не было понятно, что это такое. Зачем у него не было лицо на плече? Что случилось? И потом, когда я вот прочитал на русском языке, то узнал, что эта фраза, которую можно было бы переведено как более подходящим эквивалентом на языке хинди, как «Uska chehra utar gaya tha», или «Veh asamanjas mein pad gaya tha», или «Veh soch mein pad gaya tha», или другие. Такие же фразы были еще найдены, например, как вот я растолстею, как лепешка, что буду у него как сыр в масле кататься. То написано вот переведено как मैं नान की तरह मोटी हो जाऊंगी, यहाँ मैं मक्खन में पनीर की तरह तैरूंगी, रानी बनकर राज करूंगी. Вот вообще на языке хинди смешно так прочитать, что «нан ки тарah моти ho jaungi» вообще не пишут, либо не говорят. И вот можно было бы вот вариант, который вообще более принято в этом контексте, как «गाँव में मेरी पांचों उंगलियां घी में रहेंगी, गाँव मुझे भा जाएगा या यहाँ रहकर मैं खूब तंदुरुस्त और हट्टी-कट्टी हो जाऊंगी» и другие. То есть и такие же буквальные вот переводы, вот полно, как я сказал, что, например, некоторые из них, вот эти примеры, «दुश्मन इसका सत्यानाश करे, चौड़ा लोहे का लाल प्रवेश द्वार, कितना अजीब है मेरी प्यारी कि मैं हम सब साथ रहते हैं, आप मुझे अपने साथ थिएटर में ले चलने के लिए मना कर रहे हैं, क्या महंगा नहीं होगा, कभी कभी मुझे झपकी आ जाती है, आंखें हरी हो गई थी». अब आंखें हरी हो गई थी, я этого я не понял, что это значит. Даже до сих пор не понял, что это такое, аки хариона. Вот таким же образом неуместные такие фразы на языке хинди, как сироточка. Хотя на русском языке вот в этом контексте нормально, вот а вы, сироточка, моя бедненькая мне. А на хинди вот когда один человек обращается к другому, специально которого он любит, он обычно не говорят вот такие, как у нас говорят, कड़वा सत्य. कड़वा सत्य हम नहीं बोलते हैं. तो आप मेरी प्यारी अनाथ मेरी मदद कर रही हैं. Вот в этом контексте тоже было немножко вот как-то найдено, которое не в правильном виде вот переведено. И еще вот такой один из таких примеров, например, как «Зато старик в своей обнове был горд как петух, वो लेकिन बूढ़ा अपनी नई चीजों पर मुर्गे की तरह गर्व किया करता था». मुर्गे की तरह गर्व किया करता था, ये हम नहीं, हिंदी में नहीं होता है. There is no sentence like मुर्गे की तरह गर्व किया करता था. उसकी जगह могли бы вот перевести в этом же контексте, как बूढ़ा अपने नए कपड़ों और जूतों पर शेखी बघारते हुए अपने अहंकार को दर्शा रहा था या दर्शाता था и так далее. То есть другие контексты, другие тоже варианты тоже возможно. И вот еще я был удивлен, как почему, не знаю почему, так что бывают такие вот газеты, где мы найдем вот англицизм, то есть английские слова много, то есть полно. И даже однажды у меня тоже было, я вот написал статью на вот газете, и вот редактор там перевернул все на, то есть вот таком English. И, ну, не знаю, вот почему-то литературное произведение вот в таком же виде вот, написано даже confused, classroom, counts, даже вот все формы английского языка, даже не класс, обычно, если мы пользуем на языке хинди, не confused, а confused, вообще даже не видел, как, где бывают такие английские слова. Count so, by the way, free thinking, handbooks, second hand books и так далее. То есть вообще такие вот обращения, вообще такие примеры такие были. Еще там полно таких проблем, и вот переводческие ошибки, которые были в романе. Ну, как так, время здесь мало, поэтому я собрал здесь некоторые примеры. Конечно, каждый человек имеет свои вот, особенный взгляд, свой субъективный взгляд на перевод. И, вот, и даже вы тоже, наши дорогие коллеги, вы тоже можете не согласиться, имеете право не согласиться с моим вот, вариантом, но все-таки я хотел бы сказать, чтобы показать, что вот такие были проблемы, чтобы вы тоже могли бы сказать что-то, или вот вы согласны или не согласны. Потому что вот обычно говорят, что перевод не бывает слова, а перевод бывает значения. Мы не должны перевести слово, а мы должны перевести значение, контекст, чтобы мы сохранили душу. И чтобы было интересно прочитать читателям. Это не должно быть, чтобы даже недавно было вот такое обсуждение на Фейсбуке, на социальной вот, сети, что некоторые переводы, которые были переведены в прошлом веке с русского на хинди или с английского на хинди, они очень плохие, они вот нечитаемые. И даже я тоже, когда я прочитал некоторые произведения, даже не некоторые, много произведений, мне тоже так и казалось, что да, они просто кошмарные. Не в то, может быть, там разные причины, почему так они переведены. Но все-таки хотел бы вот сказать, что когда мы переведем, то мы должны обратить внимание на таких проблем, таких особенностей. Спасибо большое. Буду рад, если у вас есть вопросы.
Спасибо, доктор Сону. У вас очень интересные примеры, да, и наглядно показывали. Пожалуйста, есть вопросы, есть замечания? Доктор Janani? Доктор Janani?
Please unmute.
Да. Да. У меня был такой вопрос, что почему англицизм можно называть англицизмы, да, английские слова как ошибки?
Если
классифицировать как ошибки.
Если правильно говоря, то есть можно так сказать, что если слова уже приняты вот в языке хинди, то есть в переведенном языке, тогда это можно, конечно можно. Например, класс, нормально, мы пишем класс, но классом мы никогда не пишем. Confused можно писать, но confused мы не пишем. Простите, вот формы, вот формы, как настоящее и прошедшее время, либо множественное число, это мы не таким виде не пишем. By the way, я никогда не прочитал.
Извините, если это единственное число, класс, да, принято уже, но почему множественное число нельзя?
Не, я говорю, что вот некоторые формы, классом में बाहर था, ठीक है, вот это возможно, классом में इस контекст के accordingly, like, это должно было быть по контексту, не классом, если это принято в контекст, по контексту, то нормально. А то, конечно, я не хотел, чтобы там мы нарочно поставили как шао. Как шао, если это не подходит, если там по контексту классом подходит, нормально. Но confused, by the way, и другие такие примеры, которые у нас были, вот такие обычно невозможно. Вот об этом я говорю, что может быть...
Okay, I think Rishika, пожалуйста, Rishika, у вас тоже вопрос? Rishika?
Сейчас, может быть, ей надо дать...
Please unmute yourself, Rishika. Давайте.
Да, Ришика, вас слушаем.
Please unmute. We can't hear you.
She's unmuted, but we can't,
She can't
get
hear.
her
We
voice.
can't hear.
Maybe we can take Indu's.
Indu, meanwhile, maybe you can ask your question.
Hello, Sonu sir. Like, it's a very wonderful presentation with a lot of examples and everything. But like, I'm actually troubled by this word matachka, because recently I was teaching Chekhov, and in there it was not matachka, it was in Russian it's mama, and he is referring to his wife, in like Paprigunia in the particular, and so like I want to just understand the origin, that do you know how this word originated and how this comes, and especially this, when I was reading work folk also, I was also bit like I don't know, like it struck me, this word matachka. So how we translate it, or can we know the etymology of this word? Because I tried to find it, I couldn't find it. So
I understood your question, Indu. Thank you for the question. First of all, let me answer to your first part of the question. Matachka is the new word which Dostoevsky formed from the word matka, which is translated, which is understood как ласковое обращение, ласкательное обращение к женщине или девушке. Но вот то, что вы прочитали, может быть, мама, и даже Достоевский здесь использует. Достоевский uses сестра, мой брат, моя мама. Mama also is used, but they are used like as in Russian culture, Russian literature. I have come across such expressions where the husband and wife, they call them like they address each other with these expressions. Like हमारे यहाँ भी हम करते हैं. मेरा बच्चा, मेरा सोना, मेरा बेबी, my baby, मेरे पापा, मेरा पापा इधर आ जाओ. These are used in Russian culture also. But what my point is that we should use such kind of context, such kind of words, expressions, as they are accepted in the target language. It should not be like mother, मेरी माँ. मेरी माँ हिंदी में हम कभी नहीं कहते हैं इस कंटेक्स्ट में, जिसमें एक हस्बैंड और वाइफ या एक प्रेमी अपनी प्रेमिका से बात कर रहा है.
Like you say, like in this Paprigunia also, like one of my students, he was struck by this word, like because it is translated as little mother. Okay, mama is translated as little mother. Right. Okay, so she asked me, sir, why he is saying like little mother to like.
That is what I'm saying. It's a problem of translation. It should not be translated as little mother.
Yeah.
As in English also, it's not accepted. Like in this way, we don't use little mother. Hey, my little mother. We don't say to our wife or to our Lubovnice.
Can we move to the next? I don't know if Rishika is able to connect and ask your question.
I think, yeah, Rishika is here.
Rishika, do you want to ask your question?
Yes, ma'am. I'm audible now?
Yes.
Okay, so I was listening to Kanati sir's the class and then Sonu sir's. So I have same question. I mean, for question arise those came to my mind at that time. So words like mamenka, mamulya, papenka, papuля, which это ласкательная форма, да? И то есть как можно перевести на хинди? Если переводим, например, как प्यारी माँ или प्यारे पिताजी, то эквивалент в английском языке у нас, то есть нету никакого эквивалента или есть? Но у меня такой
Да,
вопрос.
все зависит, да, понял, спасибо. Maybe Ajay sir also can pitch in into that, but as Hindi concerned, I would like to answer. Like जैसे as you said that मामूलिया लिबा पापचका, so what do we have in English or Hindi? In Hindi, like not Pitaji, not Pitashri, but Babuji. But there can be other forms which are used to address father, like Bauji, not Babuji even, Bauji, like not Pitaji, but Pitai. और इसी तरह से जो और अभी एकदम से मुझे बहुत सारे एग्जांपल सामने नहीं आ रहे हैं, बट बाऊजी एक एग्जांपल है जो हम प्यार से बोलते हैं. और इट ऑल डिपेंड्स अपॉन द कंटेक्स्ट. जैसे कंटेक्स्ट आप डिफाइन करेंगे तो शायद वो वर्ड सामने आ जाएगा. और मम्मी के लिए भी माई भी कह सकते हैं उस कंटेक्स्ट में, अगर कंटेक्स्ट उस तरह का अलाउ कर रहा है. माई, माँ और प्यारी माँ जो आपने अभी बताया, that can be
so
also.
We don't, I mean, we need to use that like the compound word with pyari and then ma, or we can use, I mean, we can use only bauji, or
No,
you can use only.
We see if we try to be close to the original, then we have like mamma. Meri mamma.
I think what Dr. Sonu is trying to say, that it also depends on the context. So you can't have ready-made kind of, some words are there, but you probably can't have ready-made solutions that, okay, for mamulia, you're always going to use this word, or for papachka and papulia, you're always going to use this word, right? I mean, in that way, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Like
so
mamma and papa. Yeah. Okay.
Can we please move on to the last paper, because we've really kind of overshot the time. So that's тогда я вас еще раз с удовольствием приглашаю. Госпожа Людмила Карпенко, вы готовы с своим докладом, да?
Да, сейчас попробую, что у нас получится. Видно ли сейчас мою презентацию?
Пока нет.
Пока нет. Вот она должна быть подключена, но я сейчас нажала ее, а пока кнопки подключить не вижу. Значит, наверное, надо подождать. Должна быть кнопка подключить. А сейчас вы меня слышите?
Мы вас слышим. Давайте, может быть, тогда вы просто выступите без
Нет, надо немножко подождать, чуть-чуть подождать.
Хорошо.
Один миг. Вот смотрите, сейчас вы видите мою презентацию?
Ну, пока вы стараетесь, вот видно, что у вас что-то получается.
Да, он в процессе.
Теперь у меня по-английски презентация, я, наверное, буду все-таки по-русски читать, потому что я вижу, как прекрасно вы говорите все по-русски, и в связи с Достоевским, наверное, вам даже интереснее русский язык слышать.
Конечно, давайте, пожалуйста, по-русски.
Поэтому я этот текст, может быть, кнопочка появится, я нажму, вы увидите презентацию. Но если что-то непонятно, я и могу на английском это все сказать. Значит, тема моего доклада вот какая. Языковые особенности романа Достоевского «Подросток». И я как лингвист именно о языковых особенностях буду говорить, хотя понимаю, что в связи с художественным текстом невозможно вот это разъединить, лингвистическое и, собственно, литературоведческое, потому что как бы мы ни смотрели на материал, из которого художник создает свой текст, вот вчера, например, был прекрасный доклад Ружицкого, он показал слова Достоевского. Но ведь произведения Достоевского состоят не именно из слов. Если мы будем иметь в виду слова, то у нас не получится Достоевского. И даже не из рядов слов. Он потом говорил о том, что вот можно объединить их, и определенный концепт объединяет слова. Да, и это, конечно, справедливо, но все-таки текст – это определенное архитектурное произведение, это храм, который строится на нескольких уровнях. Главное – это содержательный уровень, высший уровень. Вот. Но есть композиционные вещи, вещи, связанные с организацией пространственно-временных моментов, затем с выражением характеров героев, психоэмоциональных состояний, и какие-то символы работают в тексте, все это вместе. Вот это все создает ткань. Поэтому рассматривать языковые единицы нужно тоже на нескольких уровнях. И вот лингвосемиотические эффекты, акцентировки художественного дискурса я предлагаю посмотреть на примере романа Достоевского «Подросток». Вот в связи с теми двумя докладами, которые сейчас прослушала, я хочу сказать, что перевести содержание произведения «Подросток», не учитывая того контекста, который вкладывается Достоевским даже в название этого романа, невозможно, потому что вот какие варианты есть перевода на английский? The Adolescent или The Undertaker. Но это не подросток. У Достоевского название этого романа связано с идеей роста. Подросток – это тот, кто еще не вырос, но кто растет. А вот эта идея роста, растения и того, как может и что может вырасти из человека, это евангельская идея. И у Достоевского, в принципе, на мой взгляд, в любом произведении закодирована или, можно сказать, переведена в иные образы, современные, и в современные слова переведена евангельская, та или иная евангельская идея. Это очевидно. И «Подросток» весь построен тоже на евангельской идее, на мой взгляд, я этого не видела, и у литературоведов это еще не встречалось, но на мой взгляд, что здесь идея притчи о сеятеле. И потом, когда я буду говорить о значении имен героев, антропонимов, некоторых только, я обращусь еще раз к притче о сеятеле. Но даже в самом начале хочу сказать, что без понимания того, что здесь весь этот текст построен на этой притче, или во всяком случае она имеет большое значение для текста, мы не поймем и название «Подросток». Поэтому The Adolescent или The Undertaker – это совсем не подросток, потому что эти слова английские не переводят идею притчи о сеятеле. Сюжетная линия подростка отражает процесс обретения духовных семейных связей молодым человеком Аркадием Долгоруким, получившим с ранних лет свое воспитание на стороне. Он был брошенный как раз. И вот эта брошенность, она тоже как бы откликается, в этой брошенности откликается идея этой притчи. На какую почву попадет брошенное зерно. В романе показано напряженное искание Аркадием своих связей с кровным отцом Версиловым. И вот тайна, что есть его отец, кто этот Версилов, узнавание в нем достойных черт, он так вначале рассчитывает, что это очень достойный человек, а потом отталкивающих черт. Приобщение к семейным тайнам – в этом идея романа. На метатекстовом уровне средством намеренной авторской организации содержания в романе служит реминисцентный характер повествования. Ну, тоже одна из моих идей, что реминисценция – это один из жанров, реминисцентный жанр. Я вижу не только в прозаических произведениях, и не только у Достоевского, а в русской литературе это очень такой широко представленный жанр. Но вот Достоевским написан был первый объемный реминисцентный текст в русской литературе, именно «Подросток». Потому что весь он представляет собой воспоминания, текст воспоминания. реминисценция с семиотической точки зрения – это особый семиотический код, который наделен содержанием и структурой, и который актуализирует образы прошлого в особых нарративных формах, где память одновременно является и идеей, и темой, и формой. И вот как именно, в какой форме передает Достоевский память? Именно такой художественный синтез характерен для романа «Подросток», который построен в виде дневниковых записей 20-летнего Аркадия Долгорукова. Аркадий ведет все свои записи в форме воспоминаний, стремясь восстановить в подробностях обстоятельства проходивших с ним событий, постоянно указывает на это, начиная с описания первой встречи со своей семьей, со своим отцом Версиловым, и с Катериной Николаевной Ахмаковой, который вызывает в нем первые чувства. Способствует раскрытию темы памяти именно языковые средства. Именная и глагольная лексика, реализующая мотив воспоминания. Здесь и память, воспоминания, беспамятство, памятный, припоминать, помнить, не забыть. В романе более 500 словоупотреблений глаголов с корнем памя, помин, помн. Некоторые фрагменты специально насыщены такой лексикой, обнаруживающей жанровую особенность текста. Но вот здесь это как бы, мне хочется именно подчеркнуть, что не ряд слов, не ряды этих слов, которые ассоциируются с идеей памяти, а именно в обязательном употреблении, в контексте этих слов Достоевский старается как бы напомнить тоже постоянно именно идею этого романа. Ну, некоторые примеры приведу. Припоминаю солнце, вдруг осветившее комнату, и затрещавшую печку, которую кто-то затопил.
Извините, я вас перебиваю, но вы хотите, чтобы ваша вот презентация просто стоит на первой картинке?
А вы ее видите, презентацию?
Вот сейчас, вы знаете, вы должны, наверное, нажать кнопку, чтобы, ну, там...
А сейчас вы видите, что она передвигается, нет?
Вот да, да.
Ага, тогда, значит, я
сейчас
буду просто...
только первый, потом...
Ну вот, смотрите, на втором...
Вот это второй, сейчас второй.
Вот третий, ну вот я хочу подчеркнуть, что на разных уровнях, на метатекстовом уровне автор организует свою работу с языковыми средствами, на уровне композиционном, в пространственно-временных координатах романа и на уровне организации психоэмоциональных характеристик, чувств героев и на уровне кодирования основной идеи. На метатекстовом уровне вот как раз именно проявляется идея нарративности, то есть воспоминания. Для Достоевского это очень важный момент. И вот здесь я показываю контексты, говорю о том, что 500 употреблений слов, даже глагольная лексика с корнем помин, помн, памя, здесь чередование исторические, все это однокоренные слова. Припоминаю солнце, вдруг осветившее комнату, кто и как затопил печку, не запомню, памятна мне также черная крошечная баллонка, память, помню, памяти. То есть вот здесь целое корневое гнездо у Достоевского работает на то, чтобы вот этот реминисцентный характер всего текста передать. И перейдем к следующему слайду, я тоже покажу это как дальше. Значит, на уровне композиционной структуры произведения тоже здесь работают языковые средства. Каким образом? Ну, во-первых, Достоевский выстраивает текст, постоянно возвращаясь, то есть содержательно организуя свой текст вокруг определенной временной и пространственной ситуации. Это 19 сентября, и он многократно повторяет это 19 сентября. Значит, смотрите, как несколько глав подряд, даже и до 4 главы у него идет возвращение к этому, к первой строчке. Вздумал записать все, что случилось со мной с прошлого года. Сначала такое приблизительное обозначение. Потом более конкретное обозначение. Пишет, я начинаю, то есть я хотел бы начать с 19 сентября прошлого года, то есть ровно с того дня, когда я в первый раз встретила, это вот имеется в виду Ахмакова и отец. А потом еще более конкретно, через несколько строк приближается временная панорама в то утро 19 сентября, и рассказчик сосредоточивает повествование уже на определенных моментах этого утра. А потом еще более конкретно, возвращаюсь на 8-ю строчку, вот в это 19 число я должен был также получить мое жалобу, какие-то подробности. И дальше у него и следующая глава, 3-я, и 4-я глава, начинается все с этого же самого временного и пространственного уточнения. Ну, отмечено, что у Достоевского есть тенденция к минимализации переходов пространственных и временных. А вот как он это словесно выражает, эту минимизацию? Это вот то, что тоже по-английски, я сравнивала перевод Констанс Барнетт, и я вижу, что она это совершенно не передала. Значит, у Достоевского эти переходы передаются с использованием лексики, которая как раз может выразить это мгновенное перемещение. Это обычно корень лет, то есть лететь. И вот у него это тоже многократно, это как ключевые слова, которые организуют текст вот именно в смысле переходов, очень быстрых. Перелетаю пространство почти в 2 месяца, то есть временной перелет. Я разом сломал все и полетел в пространство. Я тотчас же полетел к моему старику-князю, улетел в облака, полетел к Васину, полетел к князю Николаю Ивановичу. Я полетел на рулетку, как будто бы в ней сосредоточилось все мое спасение. Вот это напряжение его переживаний, его психоэмоционального состояния, его нервного такого импульсивного состояния. Он стремится быстро как-то переместиться, чтобы разгадать тайны какие-то, там они связаны с письмом, с отношениями Версилова и так далее. Ну, здесь приведены некоторые примеры. Это очень характерные особенности организации текста Достоевского и не только подростка. Далее вот хочу обратить внимание на то, что также точно строятся и характеры героев. Он сосредоточивается на эмоциональной сфере и как мастер психологического романа концентрируется на обрисовке психоэмоциональных состояний и чувств главного героя, избирая определенные тоже ключевые слова, которые, ну, как бы, вот знаете, как в музыкальном произведении, основную интонацию напоминает и напоминает, он ударно использует эти слова. Я плакал вот здесь на сайте удивление, я был страшно удивлен, я был только удивлен, а не оскорблен. Я удивляюсь даже до сей поры тому, что был так еще тогда глуп. А почему он удивлен? Потому что он не знает, этот молодой человек еще не знает мира, не знает отношений, и его все удивляет, все для него странное, и он на все это очень эмоционально реагирует. Вот, также точно одно из излюбленных тоже его не то что слов, а именно корневое гнездо, это лексика с значением волновать, то есть передавать волнение, чувств, волновать, взволновать, волновало, взволновало, взволновался, взволнован, в волнении и так далее. Вот контексты здесь вы видите на сайте. А чаще всего он использует существительное волнение, которое сопровождает какими-то определениями. Волнение до какой степени? Волнение может быть чрезвычайное. И вот это сопровождается тоже здесь контекстное как бы согласование предыдущего глагола «вскричал» и напряжение, которое передано в этом в чрезвычайном волнении. А может быть, как раз не очень сильное, я был даже в маленьком волнении. Вот это тоже он избирает специально. Или очень характерные вот для этого произведения, для разных, конечно, нужно видеть сначала эти слова темы, эти концепты. Для этого это вот идея тайны, тайна, тайный, странно и странность, странность и странный. И тоже очень много таких контекстов, которые показывают употребление этих выражений. Например, говорили все о странных каких-то вещах, странное желание для светского человека, странный вкус, и все странные мысли, промямлил как-то странно, образовались какие-то странные отношения, странное понятие, странная насмешка, странный друг, странность отношений, странная роль, странно к нему привязался и так далее. И вот это нужно ему для того, чтобы как раз обрисовать не только конкретную ситуацию, но и характер персонажа, потому что именно для него мир только что открывается.
Я прошу прощения. Пожалуйста, можно уже через 2 минуты?
Так, сейчас,
да?
Через 3 минутки, потому что мне нужно вот, дойти до довольно-таки главной мысли. Важно для Достоевского использование имен. У него говорящие имена. На это, конечно, многие обращали внимание, но в связи с подростком об именах написано так много странного и удивительного, что вот могу сказать, для меня, во всяком случае, все эти этимологии ничего не объясняют. Ну, например, вот Скуридина, показывались на экране, производит Версилов, это имя отца подростка, отбрусить. Что такое брусить? Отламывать камни от скалы. Ну, какая тут связь? Ни семантической связи нет, ни конкретной лексической. Брусить и Версилов нет связи, на мой взгляд, нет связи. Или у нее же тоже видим Версилов от Верзила. Ну, тоже нет никакой связи. Во-первых, здесь это надо было бы долго обсуждать, что фонетически не связаны. Но самое главное, что в произведении, в 5 главе, Верзила употребляется единственный раз и только по отношению к подростку. Никакой связи с Версиловым нет. Татьяна Александровна Касаткина связывает Версилов с латинским глаголом «версу», то есть крутить, вертеть. Вот вроде бы он крутит и вертит что-то. Есть еще такое объяснение Версилов от версии. Версия лучшего человека. Ну вот смотрите, разве он лучший человек? Он может быть даже самый неважный человек в этом романе. Он как раз показывал как человек недостойный, но просто как бы не сразу угадать. Человека Достоевского не сразу угадать. И еще более неправдоподобная связь устанавливается вот между Версиловым и Сильвио. Вроде бы здесь вот произошла перестановка слогов, и Вилсио, и вот это Версилов, ну, ничего общего. То есть европейский человек. Конечно, он побывал несколько раз в Европе, но он там не европейский человек. А что же могу предложить со своей стороны? Я считаю, что нужно связывать не только имя Версилова, но и подростка, и Стебелькова, и Сокольских, и Прудковой. Вот нужно связывать именно с притчей о сеятеле. Это известная притча. Вышел сеятель, чтобы сеять, и бросил зерна. Одни упали на плохой земле, там на каменистой, и сразу были поклеваны птицами, как раз образ птиц, вот, орнитологический момент такой, да? А другие при дороге взошли, и солнце сразу их спалило, а третьи, они упали в тернии, образ терний, то есть растений, которые заглушают ростки. И только хорошая земля дает возможность, чтобы что-то выросло. Ну, так вот, образ Версилова я произвожу от праславянского корня. Так, это у нас уже тут ускакало. Так. Вот здесь даю этимологию имени Версилов от праславянского корня «верс». «Верс». Что такое верс? Верс это вереск. Вереск. А вереск это и есть как раз терний. Это корень очень древний, он происходит от праиндоевропейского, я думаю, что есть в санскрите, праиндоевропейское уэрк, степь, вереск. Вереск – это род кустарников, приносящих вред тем, что они забивают молодые растения. И вот Версилов, он именно такой в этом произведении. Он бросает своих детей. Подросток говорит, что он и своих родных детей, и своих незаконно рожденных детей всегда бросал. Никогда он не был с детьми. И сам подросток тоже был им брошен. И вот эта тема брошенных детей – это одна из важных тем. Но это понимание, оно может прийти только через евангельский текст. В евангельском тексте, как раз в притче о сеятеле говорится о том, что тернии забивают и не дают вырасти растению. В библейском тексте в более широком пространстве, в 17 главе Иеремии сказано: «Проклят человек, который надеется на человека, и сердце которого удаляется от Господа». И он сравнивает такого человека с вереском, который в степи, на бесплодной земле, на необитаемой. То есть вереск в библейском тексте это образ бесплодного человека, удалившегося от Господа. И именно таково сердце Версилова, который сомневается в Боге. Там в произведении, напомню, он раскалывает образ, пополам раскалывает образ, который хранила его супруга, мать подростка. И он отчаивается вот на этот ужасный поступок. То есть он до конца мечется, и все-таки он не верит в Бога. Ну, вот в таком ключе может рассматриваться и подросток, как росток, и подросток сам о себе говорит, что он ко мне относился как к зеленому ростку. Вот литературоведы не увидели еще этих фрагментов в тексте, которые показывают связь этого произведения с евангельской притчей о сеятеле. Таким образом, завершаю и говорю, что на разных уровнях строится из языковых средств произведения любое у Достоевского. И здесь тоже мы можем видеть метауровень, вот этот реминисцентный дискурс, организация через воспоминания и обращение к определенным приемам передачи этого воспоминания. На композиционном уровне, я уже говорила о пространственно-временных координатах и как там это строится. На уровне построения образов героев большое значение имеют антропонимы и слова-символы тоже. Но, к сожалению, обо всем сказать невозможно успеть, поэтому я заканчиваю и благодарю вас за то, что вы мне даже второй раз уже пустили прочитать доклад.
Да, огромное спасибо вам. Очень интересный доклад. И да, наш великий, богатый русский язык, вот почему понятно так трудно перевести на любой иностранный язык, правда? И тем более, что язык Достоевского трудно понимать, но то, что вы так работаете тщательно над каждым произведением, и мы имеем возможность, в общем-то, слушать вас и понимать вас, да, как это все строится у Достоевского, это, конечно, очень интересно. И благодарю вас еще раз. Есть вопросы? Если есть вопросы, тогда давайте, а то мы уже у нас 6:30, мы должны, вы, наверное, все очень устали, и завтра еще один день.
Сейчас будут занятия, поэтому, к сожалению, должна буду через некоторое время уже перейти.
Да, мы тоже уже заканчиваем, у вас тут вот ваш доклад уже был последний, да? По-моему, Richard, you have a question?
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо вам огромное. Да.
No question.
No question. Okay, then can we close today's session? I mean, we've had some very interesting papers, yes, all connected with Dostoevsky, of course. So Bhaskar started with a generalized paper on, the idea and concept of the talk of poor Biedny and Yuki. And then Sidra gave us a very, just give me a minute, please. Then Sidra, of course, gave us a concrete analysis of one work, and Professor Gajanan's talk was totally on a different topic, and we should have been able to listen to him and giving him more time. And Shalini made us run through in a very comprehensive manner on the entire aspects of reading Преступление и наказание. And then, of course, the last three papers of Professor Karnati and Sonu and Madam Lyudmila, all very well connected with language, языковые средства, как можно перевести, как нельзя перевести, и какие предложения, и вообще как лучше все это. Но мы с каждым днем растем, да, развиваемся, так что это была очень интересная сессия, и я вас благодарю, что вы так слушали и дали мне тоже возможность как-то слушать все эти доклады с вниманием и с интересом. Спасибо вам огромное.
Спасибо большое, профессор Нилакши Сарнараyan. Конечно, мы были очень рады и мы очень довольны, что как вы прекрасно провели вот эту сессию. Конечно, просим прощения, что вот задержались и некоторые выступления добавили в эту сессию. Ну, все это, да, конечно, мы слышали что-то интересное. Теперь прошу Шамсе Алам сказать некоторые слова. Шамсе.
Good evening, everyone. Now we are towards the end of the session. So on the behalf of the Center of Russian Studies and the organizing committee, I would like to show gratitude to Professor Nilakshi Suryanarayan ma'am for chairing this session and enriching it with her valuable remarks. I would also like to thank all the paper presenters who have thrown light on different aspects of Dostoevsky's literary contribution and enlightening the participants. Once again, I thank you all for a very interesting session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shamse. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, we'll be joining tomorrow. We would like to invite you as per the program. That tomorrow at 3 o'clock we are starting with the quiz on the life and works of Dostoevsky. And then we'll have 3:30 cultural program in which many of our students from our university and from other universities, they have sent their interesting entries as song, dance, posters, costume, poetry that will be presented tomorrow at 3:30, followed by the valedictory session. So thank you very much. Wish you all the best and have a good rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kiran ma'am, would you like to say something?
Okay, fine. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the chairs, especially the last one. I'll say it was a very long session. Thanks to all the participants, Professor Nilakshi, you have lots of patience and you have, of course, conducted the last session very efficiently. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. So let's see you tomorrow. Hope everyone will be there for our, as Dr. Sonu Seni has already announced, we have a cultural program, we have an Olympiad, and then valedictory. So see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, all the participants who are attending also. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sonu Seni. Thank you so much. You are also very good. Thank you so much.
We can close now. We can close the session.
Now we can close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.